All right, what's going on, everybody? I know I've already talked so much about this over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, but more information's come out, and I gotta be honest. Uh, Once again, when I'm wrong about something, I will concede a point because I did some research. And shout out to HLD, he did send me this video, and then I further researched it, and he's right. If I went back and I listened to the introduction, and I'm going to play it for you in a little bit, and I'm also going to show you the video that HLD sent me with Mauricio Suleiman, and I made an incorrect statement or a statement that is not verified, right? Because we heard Crawford talk about the $100,000 that Suleiman was saying he owed from another fight, and HLD is 110% correct. When Crawford fought Madrimov for the WBA junior middleweight title, and also the WBO interim title was on the line. Mauricio Suleiman did sanction that bout, and said the winner of that fight would be the number one ranked mandatory challenger for the WBC junior middleweight title. So think about this. Think about how much of a money making scheme operation the WBC is. They're trying to squeeze a sanctioning fee out of two fighters who are fighting in a championship bout that is already sanctioned by the WBA and by the WBO, which actual titles are on the line. So now, automatically, you're gonna rank the winner of that fight as the number one contender to Fondora's title. That makes zero sense, because since when did champions from other organizations get named mandatory for an organization's title? And I believe it happened another time with the WBC. I think they did it with, I want to say they may have done it with Golovkin at one point when Golovkin wasn't the WBC champion and he had the WBA belt. And they were saying that they wanted to mandate Canelo to fight him. And I think and that's when Canelo got stripped because he refused to fight Golovkin. So it did happen another time. But for years, they never allowed that to happen. Champions were not supposed to be mandated to fight other champions because they're not in the rankings. So this how much of a scumbag the WBC and Mauricio Suleiman are. They tried to squeeze another sanctioning fee in a fight where their title wasn't even on the line, right? Tried to do it where their title wasn't even on the line. So imagine asking somebody to pay a sanctioning fee to be ranked number one, to be a mandatory challenger, who's a champion in another organization. They never do that. The only other time I can remember they did that was, like I said, with Golovkin when he was a WBA champion, and they wanted to have him fight Canelo. Right. So HLD was right, and I'll show it to you. I have the video here. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah. So let me see if I can play this for you. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to play this video for you real quick.
The mandatory rank of number one in the World Boxing Council, President.
Yeah, so
the mandatory rank of number one in the World Boxing Council, President.
So they tried to squeeze a sanctioning fee from these. They tried to squeeze a sanctioning fee out of Madrimov and Crawford for a fight that was for the WBA title and the WBO interim title. So that that's how ridiculous this is. And then the virtuoso says, "Tell me, have they ordered Sebastian Fondora to defend his junior middleweight title against Virgil Ortiz, who unnecessarily crowned interim champion? Are they going to strip Fondora?" The answer is no. Again, so here's the thing too. Terrence Crawford has been undisputed champion in three weight classes. And then he's been a champion at lightweight and he's been a champion at junior middleweight. So the guy has had 14 title belts, 15 if you want to 15 if you want to add in the interim WBO title, right? First of all, Fondora, I interviewed Samson Lukowitz and we talked about him fighting Crawford before, and it's been mentioned to Sebastian Fondora about fighting Crawford, and they were targeting Spence. So why would you try to make the winner of a title fight from another organization, from two other organizations? Why would you try to make that fight a mandatory just so you could squeeze another sanctioning fee out of two fighters, right? Why would you want to do that, right? So HLD was correct. Unlike him, when I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But by him being correct, that makes his argument even weaker because now he still didn't pay that supposed sanctioning fee. I don't know if Madrimov did, but he still didn't pay that sanctioning fee, right? And they still sanctioned the fight, right? So if he owed them a sanctioning fee from another fight and they never collected on it, right? Then why did they sanction this fight at 168? So these guys are scumbags, right? And then this whole, the other fight that happened this weekend, right? You want to talk about fighter pay, right? So you have a situation where Javier Herrera and Ricardo Nunez were supposed to fight for the WBC interim lightweight title. It's already ordered, right? And you promised them that shot, right? They were supposed to fight for that interim title. So now, after ordering that, you take that opportunity away from them, and then you at the last minute give it to Shock Foster and Stephen Fulton. So once again, like they don't follow their own rules, right? They don't follow their own rules. So again, Crawford has had 15 title belts in his career, and only one organization has ever stripped him of one of his title belts. So if this guy is such a deadbeat, and he's a dine and dasher, as you guys like to say, some of you guys, and who don't like Crawford that much, then out of 15 title belts, why was only one stripped of him? Right? So again, these guys are so inconsistent, right? And then they strip Bivol because he won't fight Benavidez, but they didn't strip Canelo when he didn't fight Benavidez, and they wouldn't order it. So yeah, it's just really hard to defend these guys. And let's take a look at this supposed 3% rule or whatever, because I found something else here that I was looking at. So it says the WBC Supreme admit. Let me cut right to the part that really matters. All right, so for each WBC sanctioned bout, each participating boxer must pay the amount the Supreme Council. What do you mean the Supreme Council? What? They're supreme? So the Supreme Council estimates, which shall not exceed 3%. So this whole thing that they have to pay 3%, no, it says they shall not exceed 3%. So this whole thing that everyone is required to pay 3%, that is also false too. It says shall not exceed 3%. And I've already read this rule here where it says, let's go back to it, that no bout shall be sanctioned as a WBC contest unless the applicable boxers' sanction fees are agreed to and paid to in accordance with these rules and regulations. So again, the sanctioning fees that are agreed to. So by saying that it's up to 3% and cannot exceed 3%, once again, these fees are negotiated. No one is required to pay 3%. It's a negotiable amount. It can't. The proper wording is it cannot exceed 3%. Doesn't mean they are required to automatically pay 3%. So when he says, "Oh well, we didn't charge the normal," there is no normal 3% because in your own rules it says you can't exceed 3%. It doesn't say that they have to pay 3%. It says it can't exceed 3%, right? And I hate to keep repeating myself, but it also says no bout shall be sanctioned as a WBC contest unless the applicable boxing sanction fees are agreed to and paid to the WBC in accordance with these rules and regulations. So I again, we're supposed to respect and we're supposed to support and agree with an organization that does not follow its own rules. And then when you say things like, well, under the at the WBC's discretion, and when you say things like case by case basis, all that means, not in so many words, is you're going to show favoritism to certain fighters and not others. That's a way of showing favoritism to certain fighters and not others, right? So you promised that interim title fight to two other fighters, right? So now they're going to lose out on a payday. So again, what happened to you social justice warriors, you virtual signalers who are all about fighter pay? He just fucked over two fighters, right? So once again, it's just ridiculous. So they don't follow their own rules, and they want to blame Crawford. And then they tried to squeeze a sanctioning fee out of Madrimov and Crawford in a fight when they were fighting for two other titles and there was no WBC title on the line. And we all know well and good that Fundora was never going to fight the winner of that fight anyways. Because shortly thereafter he vacated his WBO title, right? And him and Sampson were saying they weren't committing to fighting Crawford. Every time Crawford's name was being brought up, they were like sidestepping it. They were being very evasive about it. They wanted to fight Spence, right? And then ultimately they ended up rematching Tim Tszyu, right? So they had no intention of fighting the winner of Crawford Madrimov, and Suleiman knows that. But yet, in order to squeeze another sanctioning fee out of a fight and out of two fighters, right? He makes that fight for the WBC number one slot, mandatory slot, to fight Fundora. HLD, I'm sorry. Being right sometimes it makes it worse for you. That's even worse. That's even worse. He tried. He sanctioned the bout where two other organizations' titles were on the line, or interim title and a full title, and he tried to sanction that bout and say the winner of that bout is going to be the number one contender for his title. So what happened? What happened to the fighters in your own sanctioning body? So you want to go to take champions? So now you could take a champion from one organization, and now all of a sudden we're going to stop making them mandatory challenges for other organizations. Again, I can only cite one other time when they did that, and when they weren't successful in doing it because Canelo told them to go fuck themselves. Said I'm not fighting. He wasn't going to fight Golovkin at that time. That was the only time they've ever done it that I can remember. I could be wrong, but this is not common practice, right? So they're constantly breaking their own rules, and they're constantly enforcing their rules inconsistently and selectively. An HLD can say that I'm a Mauricio hater all he wants, but what's to like about the guy? What's to like about Mauricio Suman? What's to like about the WBC? And I could turn it back on you and just say that you're a Crawford hater, right? Yeah, you're not. How is Bud wrong? How is Bud wrong? Explain to me how Bud's wrong. They sanctioned a bout without him paying the sanctioning fees and without them agreeing to an amount. I don't understand. I don't understand, right? How Bud is wrong. They I read you the rules. They broke their own rules. Explain to me how Bud is wrong. If he already owed them sanctioning fees that they didn't collect on, and then they go and sanction another fight after he already owed them sanctioning fees from another fight, which how in the hell did they even interject themselves into that fight? Like, how did he weasel his way into having that for a number one contender slot, mandatory slot? As I said, like they were already fighting for two other belts. It just made no sense, right? That never happens. So again, I don't. You have to explain to me how Bud is wrong if the other sanctioning bodies didn't strip him and they agreed to the amount. You have to explain to me why the WBC deserves more than the other sanctioning bodies. If you can't come up with a logical explanation why, yeah, but again, you have to walk me here. Here's a link. Jump on and talk and explain to me why the WBC sanctioned the fight, right? And why didn't the other? He's had 15 title belts. Why has no one else stripped him? Why has no one else had a problem with him paying sanctioning fees? This is the first time he's made an amount of money this way, right? And now all of a sudden, WBC says to themselves, "Okay, we're gonna extort this guy." Why did the other sanctioning bodies agree to what he paid them? It's all you have to walk me through this. Explain to me why the WBC wanted more than the other sanctioning bodies. I'm giving you the link. Here's the link. If you can explain to me what justifies them asking for more, what justifies them breaking their own rules, and if he's going to complain about him owing them money from sanctioning fees for a number one contender slot that he should have had no involvement with in the first place, and then he's gonna order an interim title fight between two fighters, and all of a sudden he's going to make Saturday's fight for the interim title. Again, I have no sympathy for this organization or for him. None. None. I have no sympathy. Anyone that wants to come here's the thing. People get mad. Oh, why do you yell, scream? Why do you talk over people? Because I'm not going to sit here and let you filibuster, right? You can't keep saying, oh, well, he owes this, he owes that. You can't just keep saying, oh, he dined and dashed. Oh, he's a deadbeat. He's this. You have to explain why the WBC charged more than the other three, right? You have to explain to me why they didn't follow their rules and went ahead and sanctioned about without an agreed upon amount, right? And you have to explain to me why if they had a problem with him not paying the sanctioning fee before, right? Then why now? I don't think the WBC is worried about they have the belt back. Do they? They don't have the belt back. Crawford, they handed Crawford two belts. He didn't return them. Those belts. Here's the thing you don't understand, and I can read it to you in the rules. Though the promoter pays for the belts. The belts are $5,000 according to the rules and regulations. If I can show you here in the rules and regulations that the promoter pays for the belt, right? So the WBC already got the money for the belt from the promoter. So they already made their money. So they're not. So people think, oh well, the sanctioning fees go to the no. They don't go to the belts because the promoter pays. The promoter has to pay for the belt. So they're not getting their belt back because the promoter already paid for it. So they're not getting their belt back. I mean, can explain to me like you're you're saying Crawford dined and dash. Walk me through why he has 15 title belts and only one person has a problem with his sanctioning fee. He's paid sanctioning fees 15 other times and he's never had a problem. So all of a sudden, out of the blue, Mauricio Suleiman is going to complain when all the other sanctioning bodies did not. You have to explain to me why. Like why are you siding? Just explain to me why why are you siding with the organization that doesn't follow their own rules and now all of a sudden they want to enforce their rules selectively on one person and now you're supporting them. If you're an organization that doesn't follow your own rules and you only apply them selectively to certain fighters, I don't understand how you can defend this. You can't defend it. And then they try to squeeze another sanctioning fee in a fight in a fight where their title wasn't even on the line and two other titles were on the line. They wanted to make Madrimov and Crawford pay sanctioning fees when Fondora was never going to fight the winner of that fight. So the reason why I scream and yell when people try to discuss this with me, because if you're just going to filibuster and you're not going to refute the points, then I'm not going to just sit there and listen to you filibuster. Now, was I a little over the top with people on Saturday? Was I crazy? Yeah, I mean, I don't give a fuck. I mean, you know, people like to say, "Oh, the old Joe from the boxing voice." Now, I'm glad to see that Joe back. That's always been me, but I've always tried to not be that guy because I try to be rational with people. But when there's a level of cognitive dissonance, or if people are just being obtuse, or if people are just trying to rage bait me, or they're just trying to be assholes, or they're gonna say things to me, I'm here to tell you, man, I'm not gonna be that nice guy anymore. I'm just not gonna be that nice guy anymore. If you're gonna be an asshole to me, I'm gonna be an asshole 10 times back to you. It's that simple. So, you know, yeah, every belt has the right to ask what they want. But if you're a person and you're being sold an item by fucking five people, you have to explain to me why one product would be more than the other if all the products are the same. So you have four products. You have four products, right? And they're all the same product, but one company's charging you more than the other three. You have to justify why. So every organization has the right to ask what they want. But why is one organization asking more than the other three? It's not two, it's not three, it's only one out of the four. So what makes one organization better than the other three? You have to, now if you don't answer that question, then you have no credibility. If I'm buying four cars, I'm buying four Toyota Corollas, and I'm buying them each from a different dealership, and one dealership is charging me more than the other three, and I decide, you know what, I'm not going to buy that one from the other one. I mean, anyone would do what Crawford did. Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, how's it going? I've been hearing like for just to use Eddie Hearn's example. He was sitting at the table eating caviar and eating all this, fancy foods, and he's requesting all this extra food, and they're serving him, and I mean, a lot of these arguments people are making, even De Loya, like when you finally make your big money, you tell them to fuck off, and then he compares it to an agent, right? all these people making arguments like if the WBC is supposed to get a return in their investment, right? When they're not a for-profit business,
Not a for-profit business.
they're not supposed to get any return in their investment. What investment? And that's why Mauricio argues. I built statues. I built a ring. I did all this promotion. Okay, nobody asked you to promote, right? And nobody asked you to build statues of Canelo and Crawford like they're gods or some shit. And nobody asked you to make a ring, okay? Plus, I don't even know if the promoters actually paid for all that or not. But all that aside, they're not a for-profit business. They're not. So, not to bring him up, but he's the man of the hour, I guess. But when HLD says things like, well, it's his business. He could do whatever he wants. He literally can't, right? And that's how he files for his taxes. So he has a non-profit organization. That's what a WBC is. It's a C6, okay? So it functions like a business, okay? However, they could only spend money on operating costs, salaries, and whatever their mission is, okay? And they put what their mission is when they submit the taxes, all right? So that's all they could spend on. There's no like, oh, Mauricio could do whatever he wants with the money. And I want to know why 41% of WBC expenses on their tax form, I want to know why it says other expenses, right? 400,000 for travel, 200,000 for their like their their conferences and stuff like that, and their meetings
Seminars,
and
conferences.
yeah, they have that itemized, right? But so what are the other expenses too, right? And then when you look into they have their the whole Suleiman fund, it's registered in Nevada. And only like 900,000 of that has been dispersed from the BBC directly to this foundation. So you expected to believe that a majority of what Crawford was going to give, right, was going to go to this foundation. I mean, all this is horseshit at the end of the day. Now, I'm not saying the WBC doesn't do anything. I'm sure they do good things. They do, but not. Mauricio is making it seem like 80% of everything they take is.
Listen, if you do one or two good things and you do 50 bad things, it doesn't like if you're taking millions of dollars a year from fighters and you're giving a pittance back to a handful, then the net gain doesn't justify the means. Let me just interrupt you real quick. I mean, this comment here. I'm not really siding with the WBC. I'm siding with the business part. Bud agreed to pay before the fight and didn't pay. You're making a statement based off an assumption. You don't know what dialogue went on between Bud and the WBC before this fight took place. You have no idea what Bud agreed to or what he didn't agree to. All you do know is the other sanctioning bodies didn't strip him. Again, this guy has held 15 title belts in his career. And out of the 15, one decides all of a sudden they're going to strip him. So again, if I'm the WBC, as I said on Saturday, I'm going to work this out. I'm not going to be so headstrong on the $300,000 or whatever the case may be. I'm not going to be that hell bent on trying to get him to pay that amount of money. I'm going to negotiate with that.
If we take what Mauricio said face value, right? If you were running the WBC, right, and it's your responsibility to make sure that the salaries of those working with WBC and the operating costs are taken care of, right? If Crawford is going to pay for that, right? Because according to him, 225,000 was going to go to the.
Well, then the promoter pays a certain amount too. The promoter has to pay a certain amount to the WBC too. They're getting sanctioning fees from the promoter as well, not just the fighter.
But WBC says that they spend 200,000 on the belts and trophies. So if the promoters pay them for it, then I don't know.
The promoters I pulled up the rules. The promoters are paying $5,000 for each belt.
Yeah, they're probably getting that money. That's for sure. But why does he get a sanctioning fee for the Madrimov fight? I remember I heard that because he's so angry that
HLD said this to me on Saturday, and he proved me wrong. But it actually weakens his argument because
no, he's right that they charge. But why are they charging a sanctioning fee for?
You don't know what happens? This is what happens. They charge the sanction. I said it. I just explained it earlier, and I actually played the introduction to the fight. Of the Madrimov fight. And I heard this during the fight, and I probably just went over my head. I didn't even think nothing of it. The winner of that fight was supposed to be the number one contender for Fondura's belt. So
Right.
it was just like when Golovkin was WBA champion, and then all of a sudden the WBC made him the mandatory challenger for Canelo, and then Canelo told him to go fuck themselves, and they stripped him. And now they're saying that Crawford can never fight for will never fight one of their fighters ever again, but they begged Canelo to fight for their title again after he told them to go fuck themselves. So
Right.
you know, this has never been the norm in boxing where you take a champion and have him be the mandatory for another sanctioning body's title belt. The only other time, like I said, I've seen it done is when the WBC did it again with Golovkin. That was the only time I've ever seen him done. It's not the norm, and again, it used to be against the rules. Once you held the title in one organization, you don't go in the rankings. So if you're not in the rankings, how could you be deemed a mandatory if
Well,
you're already a champion?
what I mean by why, like, who's Mauricio Suleiman to be charging the same? Like, I understand that Mauricio Suleiman said Crawford petitioned to be ranked in the WBC, but the reason it doesn't make sense as to why Bud should pay anything in that situation is that one, his belt was not on the line. Okay, then petitioning for him to be in the rankings, so therefore he could fight for a WBC belt, does not automatically mean that you get a paycheck out of it. Okay, that you get to mooch off of Crawford, just because he petitioned that, because they give title shots to dudes all the time that didn't petition anything, right? That, I mean, they're going to give a title shot to Ryan, where Ryan's coming off a loss. Ryan didn't have to
So,
petition to be in position.
so again, when you pick and choose how you're going to enforce your rules and everything, when you answer questions that everything's a case by case basis, all that means is you're showing favoritism to certain fighters and not others. That's excuse me. That's all it means. So if you're gonna why would you even involve yourself in that Madrimov fight? Because first of all, Fondura and Sampson, uh, any interview they ever did, they kept saying they had no intention of fighting Crawford. They kept poo-pooing it, right? So,
Mhm.
like you're ordering, you're giving someone a mandatory slot for a fight that has a zero, close to zero chance of likelihood of even happening. Like when you're the WBO champion and you're the WBO interim champion and the WBO champion, right? How do you mandate a unified champion to fight for another belt? Like they're the only ones that have ever done it before in the past. It was with Golovkin, and if anyone can name another time when it's been done, because for years, once you were a title holder in one organization, automatically you're taken out of the rankings of the other three, and you fight your own mandatories from your own organization. You're not made a mandatory to be an opponent for another sanction and belts organization champion. So again, like they make the rules up as they go along, and then people want to show sympathy to them all of a sudden. They're the good guys in all of this. You can't side with an organization that doesn't follow their own rules and then expect fighters to follow their own rules.
By the
I
way, I
just
love how people keep. I saw some. I know, like De La Hoya is one of them. They said, "But how do you think you even got to fight with Canelo? They put you in the rankings," and it's like, what are we doing? We know for a fact, dude. Like was Fulton in the rankings at lightweight? He got a title shot.
well,
They do this shit all the time.
Joshua's never held a WBC belt in his life, and he's always been the highest paid. He's been a very high earner, and for a long time he was the highest paid heavyweight in boxing. So again, like this whole notion, let's be honest, the belts help certain fighters, and certain fighters get to a point where they don't need them anymore. And Crawford's at a point where he doesn't need the belts anymore. He's going to be an 8-figure earner with or without the WBC belt in his next fight. It's that simple. Yeah, but Oscar also contradicted himself in an interview with Shannon Sharp when he said that the sanctioning fees were a joke and the only belt the best belt was the ring belt. So again,
Mm.
like you, Iceman, I don't understand your logic. So why did he say like all these fighters have talked shit about having to pay the sanctioning fees? So many people have not paid sanctioning fees. People have fighters have gotten stripped before in the past. Fighters have vacated titles in the past because of sanctioning fees. Why all of a sudden is Crawford the bad guy? This is not new. I don't understand. Like, why all of a sudden are people like siding with the WBC here? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I have no idea why people say what they say. Look, if the WBC want to, like, for all the arguments people are making, it's his business. If you want to be part of his business and you need to pay up, and then I want the WBC to change their tax filings, right, and just become a for-profit business. Like, if you're ballers like that,
You have to explain again. No one can come out. This is the rebuttal. I've asked people 1,000 times, why are they asking more than the other sanctioning bodies? Well, it's their business. They can do that. Yeah, but they're not like you said, and like I said 1,000 times. They're a nonprofit. Crawford used the WBC. I mean, he.
yeah, but
What do you mean he used? He was the WBO champion at welterweight for years before he ever won that belt. He was a WBO champion at lightweight for years. He's only recently started. He's only recently won the WBC. Crawford's made a lot of money in his career without the WBC. So how did he use the like? Why are you defending the WBC here? Why?
they,
Why? This is the weirdest thing. Like, Crawford used the WBC. Um, didn't the WBC use those two fighters, Nunez and the other one, who were supposed to get that interim title shot, but it was given to Fulton and Shock Foster? Like, you can't how did he use the organization? I don't understand it.
because they made statues for him.
I don't get it. Bud should have sent a check for the amount given to the others. Okay, that way he could have showed he paid something. Okay, but then what if they strip him anyways? What is he actually paying for? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, the WBC are the ones who exploit people. Because you have to explain to me. You have to explain to me why their fee was higher than the other three. Give me a logical explanation why their fee was higher than the other three. You would have an argument if there was another sanctioning body that was doing the same thing they were doing. But if you have four sanctioning bodies and only one charges a certain amount as opposed to the other three, you have to explain to me why. And if you can't explain to me why, then you don't have an argument. What makes that belt more important than the other three? That's what Crawford said. In his mind, and I agree with him, what makes that belt more important than the other three? They're not even the oldest belt.
Especially in Crawford's case, Crawford really did not move up the rankings through the WBC. Honestly,
The WBC's never. Who Crawford does really owe probably something to? The organization that's
yeah,
always stood by him and always had his back and always treated him fairly and with respect is the WBO. You know, they spoke out on behalf of him when they were saying when he was their interim champion, and they were like they stripped Fondor because he wouldn't fight him.
he literally did not need the services of the WBC to get the fight with Canelo. Period. People could say all they want, or they put you in the rankings so you get the fight, but it was a super champion status of the WBO that gave him that immediate title shot through the rules of the WBO. That's how he got the shot against Canelo.
Yeah, I can again. This is why I try not to insult you, but this is a really bad statement. I can't explain why McDonald's is more expensive than Burger King. Who knows?
But it's
You don't.
not. The Big Mac is less than a Whopper right now.
But even if you want to use that example, McDonald's is way more popular than Burger King. So more people go to McDonald's than Burger King. So if McDonald's did choose to raise their prices because there's more demand for their products. I mean, this is what
Yeah.
I get. This is why I like to. I have to fight to not insult people. You have to understand basic when you make a statement like that, like why that's like saying why is a Ferrari more than a than a Toyota Corolla. It's because people will pay the amount for that Ferrari. That's what capitalism is. Again,
I,
you have to explain to me why the WBC charged more. You have no If you can't explain to me why, then there's no justification.
well,
How is the WBC more wanted? What proof do you have of that?
look, I could see why maybe someone,
Canelo threw it in the trash. Cotto threw it in the trash. Um,
man. Well,
Joshua never fought for it, right? Bivol
yeah.
Bivol threw it in the trash, and Crawford just threw it in the trash. So again, explain to me like why is it more wanted? There's plenty of people that have told him Mauricio Sulman to go fuck himself.
Do you think the reason people think this is because the last big name in boxing was Floyd, and Floyd really
Well,
liked to flaunt the
even
WBC?
Floyd's come out and criticized the sanctioning
Yeah,
bodies too. I'll tell you why. Because you have one guy in Mauricio Sulaiman who's constantly putting his face out there. So he's the guy that's always in the ring after the fight. He putting the t-shirt on guys, giving them the hat, handing them the belt. He's the guy that's always making a commemorative belt for every fight. So he's the guy that's out there. So that's who everybody sees. And he's putting the propaganda out there like this belt is better than the other belts and this and that, whatever.
do you
So
remember when Inoue won that tournament? I think it's when he won that tournament. And his brother lost to that French guy. I forget the name. I'm sorry, but
yeah, I remember
um,
Inoue had a
it-
belt. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Inoue had a belt, and even Canelo one time they tried to hand him a WBC belt, and he held the ring belt instead. I remember that. It's all in
yeah,
the
but
video. Like again, this is just propaganda.
like Inoue was being given all these belts, right? Because that he won, and then WBC had this stupid diamond belt to try to give it to him, and Inoue like waved it off, like, "Nah,
Yeah,
I'm
he
good."
pushed it away. He didn't want it. Like this is propaganda that Mauricio Suleiman has given you that you've taken in. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't get this infatuation with the WBC. I really don't.
Maybe 'cause they think it looks cool. Look, it's the nicest looking one in my opinion, but that's an opinion. It doesn't make it better. It doesn't mean they deserve more money. At the end of the day, Mauricio Suleiman. Look, I just want to make this last point before I run. Got to get going, but and thank you for having me on. But
No
here's
problem.
the thing. Like, so you want to collect a sanction fee from Crawford because you're going to keep him in position, like he needs that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. That's number one. At 154, you collected a sanctioning fee from Zoo and Fundura, right? And then you've been collecting an interim sanctioning fee, right? Just like the lineage of what at 154 for the interim. There's more of a lineage right now for it than the actual belt. Like it started with Fundura Lubin. Fedora beat Lubin for the vacant interim championship, right? I'm sure they paid sanction fees for that. And then Mendoza knocked out Fundora, and then he became the interim champion. I saw him at the MGM lobby, like walking around with a belt and everything, even after he lost to Tim Zhu, right? And then obviously we know that Boachuk beat Mendoza for it, and then Ortiz beat Boachuk for it. Now Ortiz has defended it twice, I guess. He's collecting all those sanction fees. Why should he get all those sanction fees?
Once again,
Why not just order Fundora versus Ortiz? Now I know the answer to that. I know what he's doing, right? But all these people that are defending this, like you're really going to sit down and defend this, right? And at the end of the day, like those that want to defend it because it's a business and his business, and
it's a nonprofit. It's not a for-profit business, so you can't look at it the same way you would for a for-profit
you
business.
can. And the last point I'll make is the standard for a fighter is different than the standard for a sanctioning body, which is a nonprofit organization. The standard is different. If the fighter wants to make demands, they could do that. If a fighter wants to negotiate, I think they have more of a right to do that.
Well,
If a fighter
it's in the
wants,
rules. It's in the rules. It says in their rules that they're not supposed to sanction a bout until the agreed upon, and it doesn't say that they have to pay 3%. It says the WBC can not charge more than 3%. It says up to 3%. So these
Right.
fees were always negotiable. They were never set in stone. You know?
Yeah, and fighters in the past have negotiated, okay, and obviously, I just find it weird how Mauricio Suleiman could treat certain fighters like this, and people get behind it, right? While this same guy allowed Jamal Charlo to have the belt for almost 1,500 days, and not pay anything for it, apparently, right? So at the end of the day, I don't feel sorry for Mauricio Suleiman. Prize fighters, at the end of the day, Terence Crawford is not tax exempt. Terence Crawford is not a nonprofit. He's a prize fighter, right? And he has every right to negotiate per their own rules too, by the way, right? But he needs to give money to his trainers, to his team, to the promoter, to Uncle Sam. Okay, he doesn't get to be tax exempt or none of that, right? And the time for Crawford to make money in the sport is very limited, right? It's very fight night. He only has so many fights he could do, and then he's going to get old and retire. The WBC is going to be around for years, and they've been around for years, collecting money from all these fighters, and they're a nonprofit. People could spare me the return for their investment argument. They could spare me their because it's his business. He could do whatever he wants. None of that shit's true. None of it. Right? Like at the end of the day, if it was good enough for the other three sanctioning bodies, it should be good enough for the WBC. And if it's not good enough for the WBC, then they're being fucking greedy, and that's all it is. If Mauricio Sulaiman wasn't greedy, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Like at the end of the day, we wouldn't even be here having this discussion. But he's
Well,
just a greedy fat piece of shit.
let's read this comment. It says if Fraudford. So right off the bat, you're calling the guy a fraud. So you're making it personal. So this is not an objective opinion because you're insulting the guy, Fraudford. If Fraudford agreed to pay the fees, which you have no idea what he agreed to because you don't know what went on between Terence Crawford, Mauricio Sulman, and the WBC. So you're assuming that he agreed to pay the fees. So
It be I I seen people be company men for the company they actually work for that they get a paycheck from.
like
Imagine being a company man for a sanctioning
like
body.
what is the base? Like if you don't like Crawford, that's fine. That's I don't care if you like. I don't give a fuck who you like. But your argument has no credibility if you're saying Fraudford because you're already telling me you don't like the guy. So no matter what, you're going to be against him if you don't like him. So you don't know if he agreed to pay the fees, and then you're not, and then you don't know what the whole situation was. And if it's in their rules that they're not supposed to sanction a fight before the fees are agreed to and collected, right? Then that's on them. If they didn't follow their own rules, and then if they tried to charge him a sanctioning fee for a championship fight where their belt wasn't even on the line, and then he didn't pay that, and then they were mad about it and they're crying about it now, and then they go ahead and sanction another fight after he already owed him sanctioning fees from another fight, then that's on them. Like you're defending an organization that doesn't follow their own rules and selectively follows their own rules when they do follow them. You like these this the WBC has no leg to stand on. They're not credible at this point. And if you still take anyone that takes the WBC serious at this point, I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what
I
to
mean,
say to you.
the guy believes that he has a right to be in the ring and demanding to be in the ring. He thinks he has a right to these luxury suites. Like he wants to be accommodated for like he's a king because he's Mauricio Suleiman, and he literally talks like his belts and his presence enhances every event that he's at. Like he actually believes that there's people that sat around and said, man, this Crawford Canelo fight, I don't know if I'm going to watch it, but if is Mauricio going to be there, I'm going to watch it. If Mauricio's there, I'm going to watch this fight.
Yeah.
If
How did Bud
I
tell
don't
the How did Bud tell the IRS to go f themselves? Where are we getting these comments? Like what does this mean? Like can you just openly say like I don't like Tank Davis. I can openly admit it. I don't like him. I don't like Adrian Broner. I can openly admit it. Just say that you don't like somebody, and that is why your opinion is a little bit skewed. Just tell me.
So people have
Just
been
say it.
showing me this clip of Crawford or this news this news clip of a guy that said Crawford, and he did. He showed up and took his car. Crawford didn't like it was the paint job or whatever, and
I heard that
Crawford didn't
story. Yep.
pay.
Yep.
Look, I could just tell you guys right now that looking at the facts of that case, um, the way Crawford handled that was wrong. Right,
I have
that's
no
why
problem
Crawford
admitting
got.
that. Yeah, I have no problem
Yeah,
admitting that
that
either.
was wrong, but it's a false equivalence. Like that's not what he's doing here, right? Like at the end of the day, that's not what's happening in this situation, right? And if you're going to hold that over his head forever, so he's wrong about everything because of what he did with the paint job situation, right? I mean, that wouldn't even hold up in court. Like if Crawford, like if the WBC took him to court, they wouldn't be able to use that, right?
Not at all.
But all I want to leave people with is this, right? If the WBC is so right and Crawford's robbing them, he's stealing 300,000 from them, right? If you guys really believe that, then why doesn't the WBC take him to court, right?
But that's what I
If
was
I
trying to tell. I was trying to tell HLD that, do you think he's trying to? This is what HLD said, and he's welcome to jump back on if he wants. But this is what he said because he's just a Craw. He just doesn't like Crawford. You know, like I don't like. If I don't like somebody, I'll tell you I don't like them. I'll still be objective, but I'll tell you I don't like them.
you know what he told me yesterday? He said, "Well, what do you mean I'm biased against Crawford? I say he beat Canelo." I'm like, "Whoa, why?"
You have no choice. I mean, but he says things like, well, he had a contract to pay the sanctioning fees. Like, what do you mean? There's a contract to pay sanctioning fee? Like, what do you talk? How do you like? What are you coming up from with this stuff from? There's a contract to pay sanctioning fees. Come on, stop.
No,
Oh,
there's not
this
a
is
contract to.
it's not a
No.
contract to pay sanctioning fees. We don't know what he agreed to. All we do know is when I read the rules, it said that that it was up to 3%, that it had to be an agreed upon amount, and they're not supposed to sanction a fight until they collect the fees. But they did it twice. They sanctioned. I don't know how they even interjected themselves in that Madrimov fight. That's like when I heard Crawford say, "Oh, they trying to collect $100,000 from another fight for me," I assumed incorrectly that it was the welterweight fight. And HLD corrected me, and I was like, "No, you're crazy. You're crazy," because I couldn't
Well,
believe it.
Marty's just saying that he petitioned, right? Like he uses words like petition, and bro, they probably just texted you, bro, or something. Like he makes it sound like it's this big, legitimate, process that they went through. Like when you go to Congress to put a bill or some shit. That's how he makes it sound, right? And I got together with the board of governors, or I forget what you said earlier from the rules, the Supreme Board,
Yeah, the
or the.
Supreme Board. Yeah,
What does that even mean, bro? There's four dudes on the tax forms, four,
yeah.
right? There's four officers. That's it, and they don't even tell us the amounts. And I thought originally, speaking of HLD, he said you don't know what Mauricio made, and I didn't. I'm like, that's a good question. I don't know what he makes, and they don't put the exact amount that Mauricio makes, by the way. And then they're hiding a lot of shit in the tax form, but I don't want to dive into that, but. Yeah, the dude's full of shit. Anyway, I got to run. Thanks for
All
having
right,
me
man.
on.
I'll catch up with you, man. Yeah. Again, I just people people could take any position they want, but I if I ask you questions and you can't answer my questions, and all you're going to do is filibuster, then your argument's not really strong. You're taking a personal viewpoint. You know, So Mauricio Suleiman didn't follow his own rules and he got beat, so that's his own problem. You know, who cares? Who cares that if people want to frame it like they got stiffed, either way, who cares? They don't deserve shit. What do they do? What good do they do? That's all I can tell you. Just because you throw a couple bucks around here and there to a handful of fighters every now and then, in comparison to all the money that you take, it's crazy. What 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 even really is a sanctioning? Is there a legal mechanism that is utilized by a sanctioning body? Again, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. But if you're sanctioning a fight that where your title's not even on the line, that's like retarded, man. Sorry, I'm sorry. So yeah, so it's just bad. Holy shit! Both you fools in this case create a live on my name to talk shit and lie after getting cooked, and don't even invite me, cowards. Hey, I draw. Here's a link for you. Here's a link. So so that's that. You made your argument even weaker because they tried to charge a sanctioning fee for a fight where their title wasn't even on the line, and they named it for a number one spot when two guys were fighting for two other titles and two other sanctions. Like if you have the WBA title and you have the WBO interim title, why do you need to fight for a ranking for the WBC title? Why not just have a unification bout? See how big of a scumbag this guy is? He'll do anything to squeeze money out of people. You know? HLD, just be honest and say you don't like Crawford, and then we can move on. You don't. This has nothing to do with the WBC. It has nothing to do with the sanctioning fees. You just don't like the guy. You don't like the guy. Just say I don't like Terrence Crawford, and then it'd be okay. It's okay. Just say you don't like the guy, and that's why you have the position you have, right? Because you never complained when Cotto, you never complained when Canelo, you never complained when Bivol, and Bud never said anything. It was Mauricio that came out, made that video first, and started talking shit. Bud wasn't even going to bring any. Bud didn't say nothing. He didn't care about the. He didn't even care about the belt. But then you want to come out and you want to like if someone comes out and starts talking shit about you, you have to respond. Like Bud didn't care about the belt. He gave it. You want to strip me? Go ahead and like he didn't complain about being stripped. He complained about Mauricio Suleiman talking shit about him. It's all these. That was his beef, right? So he didn't pay the sanctioning fee, and you decided whatever. And Crawford dropped the belt too. Crawford's not the champion anymore. All of a sudden what do you want to be a priest now? What do you want to go in a confession booth and give like what do you all of a sudden like you're a holier than thou person? Name one boxer who agreed to pay fees and took the fight, and then you don't know if he agreed to do it. Like you have you can you explain to me the evidence you have that he agreed to pay fees? If the fees are negotiated upon before the fight, right? Mauricio Suleiman never said he agreed to pay fees. He never said we had an agreement and he reneged on the agreement. Mauricio Suleiman, it was if you don't if you're the sanctioning body and you don't have an agreement with the fighter before the fight, and then you go ahead and sanction it, that's your fault. So name somebody that gives you something before you pay for it. I mean, what did they agree upon? Can you pull up the agreement? Do you have any evidence to suggest that there was an agreement in place? You have no evidence. Like you're just saying something without knowing. So you know for a fact that Crawford agreed to pay $300,000 before the fight started, and then he reneged on it. Mauricio fucked up. Mauricio fucked up. Mauricio fucked up. We already read the rules to you. I mean, we pulled the rules up. Okay. If I read the rules to you, like Iceman, I didn't know. I didn't know that you didn't like Crawford. I didn't know that you didn't like Crawford. I honestly didn't know that. I thought you respected Crawford as you know. I didn't know you didn't like him. I'm surprised to hear that. You know. So you know for a fact that Crawford agreed to pay 300,000. All right. The agreement's not in the rules. I already showed you that. We already pulled up the rules. Let's pull up the rules again. And if I show you, this is the problem. Like when you showed me a video to prove your, this is why you're not an honorable person at HLD, and you'll never ever be taken serious. And everywhere you go, you'll be laughed at because if I pull up rules and I show you the rules and I read them to you, right? And you don't accept it, then that shows a lack of character on you. So we're going to pull this up and we're going to show it again. And here it is. We're going to share it for the last time. And you're going to continue. If you ignore this, because we showed it to everybody else, okay? So no bout shall be sanctioned as a WBC contest unless the applicable boxing sanctioning fees are agreed to and paid to by the WBC in accordance with these rules and regulations. So he went ahead. We've already went over this 1,000 times. So he sanctioned the bout without taking the without getting the money. And I also showed. I'll pull up the other part of the rules too, where it says up to 3%, meaning they can't charge more than 3%. It's not that they don't. They're not required to take 3%. I already showed that because I'm going to show you that part of the rules too. Because I'm going to show you the full rules here. So again, so if they didn't follow their own rules, then why are you feeling bad for them? So that's their fault. So that's their fault. You know, that's their fault. So when you buy a car, can you take the car off the lot without paying the guy for the car? Can you move into a house without putting the down payment down? Right? Can you do that? Can you do that? I don't know. So let's open up these rules again, and we'll go over them again because you don't want to like if someone proves you wrong and they show you the rules. I mean, if they don't follow their own rules, then it's their fault. They sanctioned the fight without collecting the fees, and they didn't have an agreed upon amount. So once again, we're going to pull the rules up again, and we're going to show you about the whole 3% thing that HLD is also misrepresenting because he's saying that it's 3% and it's not 3%. It says it's up to 3%, meaning they can't charge more than 3%. But it's not mandated that they have to charge 3%. So once again, if you read the rules, and Mauricio Sullivan lied again, saying, "Oh, we didn't charge the 3%." Yeah, because you're not required to charge 3%. So I'm going to pull this up too again. So if you read the rules, it says up to 3%. Listen, Mauricio Sullivan's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's sanctioned about without collecting the money. I don't feel sorry for him. Fuck him. Fuck Mauricio Sullivan and fuck the WBC. They're a bunch of idiots. They're a money making scheme operation suckers anyways. They fucked over 2 fighters this weekend. And then people and the promoter even pays for the belt. The promoter has to pay $5,000 for the belt. It's a fucking joke, man. When you read all this bullshit. Let's pull up this thing where it says where the 3% thing is, where HLD conveniently doesn't put in. So look at this. Here it is. Okay, let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. This is what HLD is not telling you. Look how much of a scumbag this organization is, right? Let's read it. So, for each WBC sanctioned bout, each participating boxer must pay the amount the Supreme who the fuck is the Supreme Council? The Supreme Council estimates which amount shall not exceed 3% of all gross funds of any form of consideration received by the boxer relating to the bout, included to but not limited to the gross purse, fees derived from provisions, any services, compensation derived from pay-per-view, cable, or satellite transmission. So they're saying that they can negotiate taking portions of the pay-per-view as well. So it's not they're not supposed to take 3%. It says they can take up to 3%, which amount shall not exceed 3%, right? And then when you go down here, right? Again, payments and procedures, right here. It says all boxers, no bout shall be sanctioned as a WBC contest unless the applicable boxing sanction fees are agreed to and paid to in accordance with the WBC rules and regulations. So they're a bunch of idiots. I don't give a fuck about them. You can kiss their ass if you want, right? Who cares about them? Who cares? Who cares? Even if Crawford didn't pay them, who cares? Who cares? Why am I going to feel sorry for a scumbag like Mauricio Suleiman, who all he does is scam fighters out of cash, collects millions and millions of dollars in sanctioning fees, and then he gives a little bit back here and there, and acts like he's doing something. I don't feel sorry for this guy. This guy's the deadbeat. This guy promised two fighters an interim title shot and took it away from him and gave it to Shock Foster and Stephen Fulton. Guys, I mean, you're going to defend an organization like that? They allowed Canelo Alvarez to have their title for 5 years, and they only ordered one mandatory shot against Yildirim. And then for 4 years, they never ordered another mandatory shot. And then David Benavidez was the mandatory for 2 years, and they never ordered the mandatory. Right? So, again, they didn't follow their own rules. I don't feel sorry for them. You can feel sorry for them. You know? So, again, HLD, you do care about the WBC because you're defending them, and you hate Bud, so you're going against Bud. And I already proved you wrong that it's not mandated that the fighters pay 3% because I just read the rules. It says they can pay up to 3%. It shall not exceed 3%. Doesn't mean they have to pay 3%. I also read to you that the fees are supposed to be agreed to, and they're supposed to be paid before the fight is sanctioned, right? And it actually makes it even worse that you're right about the Madrimov thing, because they were trying to ask for sanctioning fees from two fighters that weren't even fighting for their title, and they were saying they were fighting for a number one slot. Meanwhile, they would have been champion, and they would have been a unified champion with two other sanctioning bodies. So why would they need to have the number one slot for Fondora's belt if the winner of that fight would have already have been WBA champion and WBO interim champion? So now we're going to start ranking champions from other divisions and making them mandatory challenges for the WBC title. That's what we're gonna. So again, these guys are bloodsuckers. They're scumbags. Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't care. You could kiss their ass if you want. You could worship the WBC if you want. You could be a fanboy of the WBC if you want. Or you could just be a Bud hater. Just say you don't like Bud. If you don't like Bud, that's fine. It's okay. You don't like Bud. How will they pay before the fight? Before the fighters get paid? You, how do the commissions get paid? How does anyone get paid? Promoters have to pay, right? Promoters can pay them and they can take it out of the fighter's check. It's supposed to get taken out of the fighter's check. And the promoter is the one that writing the check. So the promoter can write them the check. They can work. They could take it out of the check from the promoter. And if you don't know how much Bud made, then how can you deduct a percentage in the first place? Does anybody know factually how much Bud made for that fight? So how can you determine what 0.6% is if you don't know that Bud actually made 50 million? Because Bud didn't confirm he made 50 million for that fight. So again, fuck the WBC. How are they supposed to pay before the fight? I'm not making up the rule. I just read them to you. If I read you the rules from the rule book, see, this is the problem, HLD. I concede points when you prove me wrong. But then I read you the rules, right? Then when I read you the rules and I show you that they didn't follow their own rules, right? Then you don't admit it. So I don't understand. So you just contradicted yourself, Iceman. You said he agreed to pay a certain amount. So how did he agree to pay a certain amount if the disclosed amount that he made hasn't been confirmed? Because Mauricio said, oh, well, he made up to 50 million or close to 50 million. So Mauricio doesn't even know what he made, but he's already charging a percentage off that. So you contradicted yourself. Go ahead, Clay. You go ahead, burn if you want, man. Give me your opinion. You're mute right now. I can't hear you. See if you can work it out. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, your mic's not working. Yeah, I'm see if you can unmute yourself. Yeah. I'll let you work it out.
Mic
Oh,
check.
there you go. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I've never been on this
Yeah.
platform.
That's fine.
I gotta check this out. By the way, I gotta check this out.
This
Anyway,
is cheap. This is cool. It's cheap too. It's cheaper than our stream.
yeah. By the
So-
way, salute to you. By the way,
salute to yeah. So Iceman. So you're just saying that automatically he charged him the max? Then is that not? So is that your argument? So why did he charge him the max and the other three didn't? Oh, well, he can if he wants. Okay, but why? Again, you have to explain to me why that organization is better than the other three. Just because they say so, that's not good enough for Crawford. Listen, Crawford didn't pay the fee. They stripped him. That's fine. All I'm saying is, why would they strip Crawford when Crawford's going to make 8 figures his next fight? We don't know. We don't know if Shiraz and Billy are going to make 8 figures the next fight. I probably say they won't.
yeah, Joe. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Like we get caught up in all the semantics about it, but we have two sides of an argument, right? But
Yep.
you can make up your mind on who you want to believe, but there have been things that have happened, and the actions don't support Mauricio Suleiman. It doesn't line up with Mauricio Suleiman. Bud's already confirmed to the people that he didn't agree to pay this money that Mauricio said. If this thing is actual and factual and legitimate, then take it to court. But Mauricio doesn't want to do that, right? Because if Mauricio does that, then it's going to open up a whole nother conversation, which is going to be
They never want to open up the books.
Exactly. The books are going to get opened up, and the corruption is going to become crazy.
Yeah, they didn't take the belt back, brother. He gave the promoter pays $5,000 for the belt. So if you pay for the belt, you own it. The promoter bought the belt for Crawford. So
right. I mean, Crawford was super comfortable doing what he did. And that's why he laughed at the end of it and he went and got himself a turkey burger. He's like, you're not getting the money. So your move is going to show whether or not this is legitimate or not. Bud is obviously questioning the legitimacy of this whole entire
I'm
thing.
not crying about anything. I'm just pointing out the I'm pointing out the ridiculous logic, because I'm going to ask you what makes their belt worth more than the other three. And if your answer is going to be it's just because they said so, then that's not good enough for me. I'm not crying at all. You were the one crying yesterday, Saturday, when I started busting you open when I was talking shit about you. So no, I said give them back the status. You know that he's not going to give him the belt back. Listen, it's in the history books. You don't, if you just be honest and say you don't like Bud.
That's
Just be honest. Yeah. You have to be honest and say you don't like Bud, because you didn't do this to other fighters when this happened to other fighters. You're only doing it now. So there's got to be like you must have bet money on Canelo or something that you're going against Bud. So again, the WBC belt is nothing. It's in like, he doesn't care about it. He's gonna make $50 million no matter what. Doesn't matter. So who cares?
Ask Oscar De La Hoya.
Ask Oscar De La Hoya.
I'll tell you.
It's funny how you talk about making up the rules when you're making up your own rules as if they're facts.
I just read them.
For an example, when they open up the books, well, guess what? They have to open up the books. They have to. Here we go. We're gonna start interrupting.
Open up the books.
Do they not have to open up the books to the IRS every fucking time?
Who, the WBC?
Does the IRS not have to do audits?
On the WBC?
Yes, they don't have to do audits. They don't
have to do audits.
They can do audits, but
they can do audits. They don't have to do audits.
Then why haven't we had any fucking audits from the IRS in 20 years, knocking on the door that you owe us money and shit like that?
Because they might not.
That's not an argument we're making here.
Yeah, just because they don't owe the IRS money doesn't mean they're doing the fighters
justice. And you're assuming they have to open. No, the bottom line is,
I don't care about that. I'm saying if you go to court and you sue somebody, you got to release financial documentation to the court.
Well,
the court's gonna, if you say, listen, if you're right, like you say you are, and Crawford,
this is not.
Wait a minute. If you're right that Crawford owes them money,
yeah,
then they would take him to court.
No, they won't.
Why not?
Why not? He would look stupid, pathetically wrong to be suing just like Gary look like a bitch suing Ryan Garcia.
Look like the type
of his girlfriend for getting in his purse bag.
Look, he's getting mad again. He's getting mad.
That looks stupid.
You don't like Bud, bro. You don't like Bud.
Tell me, did it look good on Devin Haney?
Just say I don't like Bud. Can you come up? Can you come clean? I'll be honest. I don't like Mauricio Suleiman. I don't like the WBC. Now come out and say you don't like Bud.
Not at all. I can't say that.
You don't like Bud.
Not at all.
He beat your man, bro.
Not at all. There's a lot of things I like about Bud. There's a lot of things I like about Bud. I like his fatherhood. There's a lot of fucking things I like about Bud.
You don't like Bud.
This is not even about the WBC, and this is not about Bud. This is just about putting out the facts. That's who I am. Bringing out the facts and the principles. And you are fucking full of shit. Acting like you bring up.
Let me ask you some questions. Let me ask you.
No, they're not going to.
You mad? You mad?
Argument, because the bottom line is you didn't bring up the rules. I brought them to you because your dumbass don't know how to do research. Now tell them the truth. Everything I showed you.
Okay, so let me. I didn't bring up the rules on Saturday.
Oh, who brought them up?
I didn't bring up.
Who brought them up for you?
Clay. We got an objective person here, right, Clay?
Did you bring them up?
Here we go, Clay. He's gonna scream and yell. He's gonna throw the toys out the pram. That's all right, though. He can do that. He's gonna throw the toys out the pram. Let him throw the toys out the pram. Clay, I'm gonna pull the rules up. I got them right here, right?
Right.
That's only.
And we're gonna read them. Clay, we're gonna read them. Clay, we're gonna read them.
That's one part. Are you going to put the other one?
I just did. I put your rules up.
Both.
I put both of them up. Look.
The one that precedes this one.
I pulled them up. It said up to 3%, not guaranteed 3%.
No, it doesn't say up to.
No, it does say. Clay, I'm going to read them. Clay, I'm going to read them in front of you. This is why I need Clay here. Thank you for coming on, Clay, because I need an objective observer here. Right?
In the court of law, by him just admitting that he already owes money to Mauricio Suleiman.
Never said. He never admitted. He never admitted it. He never admitted it.
He already said.
He never admitted it. Clay, I'm gonna read this. Clay, look, he's yelling.
I'm talking about.
Are you
That's so far.
mad?
The point is that he already admitted that he was going to pay Mauricio the money that he owed.
Clay, here it
Second
is.
part was past practice.
Clay, I'm pulling it. Clay, I got it right here. Clay, here it is.
Those two things alone, he loses in court.
Watch this. For each WBC sanctioned bout, each participating boxer must pay the amount the Supreme Council estimates, which amount shall not exceed 3% of all gross funds. Shall not exceed 3%. So does that mean, Clay, does that mean that they are mandated to pay 3% of their purse?
It doesn't say that they're mandated, but I'll be honest to say that at a minimum, it says that the WBC is going to, that they're mandated to pay a fee that the WBC is going to
but
agree
let's go
upon.
back down to the bottom here.
They decide. That they decide. Not that the fighter decides to, but what they decide is
now, Clay, I'm going to read the bottom here, right? No bout shall be sanctioned as a WBC contest unless the applicable boxing sanction fees are agreed to and paid to the WBC in accordance to the rules and regulations. So,
right,
that means the fighter in the WBC has to come to an agreement on what the fees are going to be, correct?
Because you got to bring the bout agreement. Bring the bout agreement contract up there where it tells you that they got to pay not the full 3% of what they decide it's going to be.
But now you want to backpedal. Well, now you're backpedaling on your 3%. No backpedaling.
They put it
now you're backpedaling on your 3%. So
the contract's a contract. You want to make up your own rules.
So Clay, when I read this again, right? What does this say? No bout shall be sanctioned as a WBC contest unless the applicable boxer sanctioning fees are agreed to and paid to by the WBC in accordance with the rules and regulations. So if they go ahead and sanction a bout without the fees being agreed to, without the fees being agreed to and paid, that's their fault, correct, Clay?
That's where I'm at with it.
Thank you. Hey, another one, another L.
If you just read that, but then go read what it says about the percentages.
What am I lying, Iceman? See, Iceman, Iceman, I kind of know what you're doing.
Go ahead, please.
I know what you're doing, Iceman.
Put that other one up.
I know what you're doing, Iceman. You're trying to rage bait. I get it. You want me to scream and yell at you. Guess what, Iceman? Guess what, Iceman?
I don't care.
Guess what, Iceman? I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to rage bait me. Let me ask you something, Clay. Did I lie about anything?
No, I think you were just reading.
I'm just reading. How can I be lying? So he's trying to rage bait me because he wants me to snap on him. I'm not going to take the bait.
You're omitting evidence. Why don't you bring up the other contract where it's about agreement for the boxers? Go ahead and bring that one up.
But that's about agreement. If they don't sign it, then they don't agree to it.
Bring it all up.
They don't agree to it.
Bud's stance to me seems to be that he's never agreed upon paying this money. That's what he said straight up. Me and my team, we didn't agree on this. Now, Mauricio's argument...
He didn't agree to the 3% he's saying, but he agrees that he owes money because he already said, I offered him this.
Oh, he definitely owes money.
Wait.
He owes money. If your argument is this... Well, if your argument is he owes something, I'm on board. But here's the problem. Why am I going to pay if you take the recognition of champion away from me?
Because he didn't pay. That's why they took it away from him.
He should have tried to negotiate with them.
He did, and he
should have tried. He should have tried more. He should have did more. He should have did more.
No,
he should have did more.
He did everything he had to. You saw the video that I showed you.
Yeah. So
let me tap in to just say this, right? I just want to put some real perspective on this, and I'm just trying. And I see people in the chat. I mean.
No, I know what they're doing.
You guys can imagine.
Clay, you know what happened, Clay?
Fuck about what y'all saying.
Clay, you know what they did? They got to me last time, and I took the bait.
Yeah.
But we know what they're doing now. They're trying to rage bait us. They want us to snap on them.
They want to distract.
Yeah, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that today.
Nah, not at all.
No, we ain't doing that today.
You didn't do that.
We're gonna be men. We're gonna be men today. We're gonna be men today.
I was on the
We're
panel
gonna
and
think
you
of
fucking
this.
went
We're gonna let
crazy.
HLD scream and yell like a little
Yeah.
baby and throw
You're
his
the
toys
one who
out the
was
pram.
acting weird that day,
We
man.
already came with the reality, right? We already came with the facts. We came with the rules. We read the rules.
I almost feel
HLD
sorry for you, bro. I
don't
really
want
do.
to. He doesn't want to admit what the
I feel
rules
sorry
were
for you, Joe.
because he doesn't like
Sorry.
Bud Crawford. He
I feel
hates Bud
sorry.
Crawford.
I feel sorry for you, Joe. I really do.
But
I'm
let
glad you do.
me just say this real quick, right? We without a doubt, Mauricio Suleiman has communicated that he's owed $300,000. That's cool.
That's fine.
Without a doubt, Terrence Crawford has disputed that. Simple as that. We have two men who have expressed the way they see things, right? But then we have reality in between all of this in the gray area. And the reality is that Bud hasn't paid the money. Now, Mauricio Suleiman, is very convenient for him to say that Bud owes $300,000, but doesn't have any type of pressure on him to prove it by suing Bud, by showing and proving that Bud owes the money. Now, Bud, for whatever reason, is super confident, right? Super confident that not only is he not going to pay that money, but he's almost challenging Mauricio Suleiman to show and prove that he owes the money. He's calling him out right there. And that's what this conversation is all about. Because for me, it's one thing for us to have our perspective on what it is based off the limited amount of information that we have. Because don't get it twisted. There's so much more information involved in this that we're not being exposed to. It's hard to make a real final thought on what's going on. But I can tell you this, from the outside looking in, Bud is not paying the money. Mauricio's not chasing the money. That's the only actual information I have.
That's it.
My question is why would I sit here and believe, why would Mauricio Suleiman not chase his money down? Why play this game out in the public eye on cameras, telling the world what happened and why he's taking the belt away from Bud?
He was at the convention. He had to announce that. He had to announce that he was doing this at the convention.
Mauricio Suleiman stripped Dimitri Bivol, right? Why didn't he make a video about how bad Dimitri Bivol was?
This was at the convention.
Come on, man.
That out of context.
Why didn't he go out and dog Dimitri Bivol like he's dogging Terrence Crawford?
Because he didn't owe him money. Hey, you don't hear anything that Canelo didn't pay his money even though he lost, right?
Okay.
So the point is he's on video because he was at the WBC convention and that's where he got announced.
Terrence Crawford said he offered to pay a specific amount. And
Right.
Mauricio Suleiman refused it. Mauricio Suleiman refused it, and he wanted his own.
Yo, where in the rules does it say that the fighter has a right to negotiate the fee?
It says an agreed upon amount. Clay, when it says agreed upon amount,
negotiation.
That means negotiation, right?
Yeah,
I read it to you, Clay. Did I read it, Clay?
Yes.
Did I read it, Clay? Did I read it, Clay?
No, but it's the truth, HLD. Just as far as the word agree it represents a negotiation.
Especially agrees to the fees.
There's agreed. Wait, there's agreed.
Look, you don't like Crawford.
Disclosed.
Just say it.
If you'd have been you have to pay the disclosed fee or the disclosed amount, then that's more of like a dictating the way the terms are going to be.
It says agreed upon. It says agreed upon. But when it says agreed upon, listen. If somebody owed me $300,000 and I really believe that they owed me $300,000, I'm taking that motherfucker to court. I'm taking that motherfucker to court. If somebody owes me $300,000, I'm taking that motherfucker to court.
You'll waste that much money in fucking attorneys and shit.
Bullshit.
It ain't worth it.
No, because you could sue for attorney fees.
You
could sue for attorney fees. You could sue for attorney fees. If you think you're right, you can sue for attorney fees and you can recover.
Doesn't mean you get it. Plus the negativity.
You could. If your case is, bro, if I had a strong enough case,
HLD, by saying if they're going to get it, you're saying that they win or lose. If they win, they're going to get it. If they lose, they're not going to get it.
No, you're wrong. You don't always get attorney fees because you win a case.
Yes, you do.
Wrong.
If
no,
you
you
sue
don't.
for them.
No, you can sue, but it does not mean that you always get those fees. That is not.
If you win the case, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, it's not guaranteed.
Yes, you do.
No, it's not guaranteed. You don't know shit about court law, bro. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You can sue. You can sue about anything, but it doesn't mean
if you sue, and part of your suit is for attorney fees, you get the attorney fees.
No, only if the judge decides so, not because you say so.
If you win the case, you do.
No, you don't make up the rules like that.
Here we go again. I'm going to have to pull this up now.
No, you don't.
If you
yeah, but HLD, would you say
attorney
that,
fees?
Would you say that more than likely you would get the fees at least? Like what? In what
Every
scenario?
case is different, guys. Because the bottom line is there's an agreement here. By his express agreement, he knew he was already fighting for the WBC belt. That is the express agreement in itself. If you read the entire contract, it says that he has to pay the entire gross of his proceedings. And now, if you read the page that he's omitting because he doesn't want to bring it up, before the fight is done, they pay a percentage of what they think that is going to be. It could be up to $100,000 up front, which I know they ended up paying.
Where does it say that?
And then what I sent you, but you refuse to want to put that up.
What do you want me to pull up?
Dude, whatever.
What do you want me to pull up?
How many PBS have I already showed you? Because you didn't do none of your research.
Right, but where's that documentation though? Just for real, like the documentation, so we can read it.
We're gonna pull. We'll pull up. We're gonna pull up what he wants me to pull up. Here's again. See, he's all mad. He's crying because he knows he's stuck now. He knows he's stuck now.
So you don't want me to have him to give complete information? I'm not trying to.
I'm gonna pull. What do you want me to pull up? This thing? I'm gonna put this thing up. Here we go. Here we go.
Because he has a channel.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna pull it up for you. We're gonna put this up for you.
At the bottom of the WBC,
we're gonna pull this up.
And then
We're gonna pull this up. We're gonna pull this up to him, Clay. Clay, we're gonna pull this up for him. Because I already read this, but he sent me a portion of the bottom. I read this already. So here's what he sent me. Here's a PDF he sent me. Here it is.
Right.
Boxer pay fee 3% all gross amounts received by boxers. Compensation for about stated in the bout agreement and under any agreement, including but not limited to compensation derived from pay-per-view. This is a he cut off the top part of what I read. See what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the whole thing. I'm gonna show you the whole thing. See, he cut the top part off. He cut the top part off. See?
Because this is a section that pertains to Bud.
No, it's not.
What does it say? Boxers what? What does it say there?
The 3% boxer applies to all sum of money paid to the boxers from national, international. So again, this is underneath the up to 3%.
There's nowhere in the language that says up to 3%.
Didn't I just read it, Clay?
It just says
Clay, did I read it?
Yeah, I didn't hear. I heard it, but I mean, I didn't hear what HLD is saying. I'm trying to. I don't know
he's saying that it's mandatory that they have to pay 3%.
Is that what you're saying, HLD?
I'm saying that it says it does not exceed 3%. There's no.
That's what I just said.
No, you said up to.
Oh my God! I said up to, not exceeding. Didn't I say that, Clay?
You said up to in there.
Clay, didn't I say that, Clay?
It's the same thing. Come on, man.
Clay, didn't I say that, Clay? Didn't I say that, Clay? Come on, man. Yo, this ain't a good faith. This ain't a good. No, this ain't a good faith. This ain't a good. Bro, this ain't a good faith argument now. Bro, come on, it's not a good faith argument. It's not a good faith argument. It's not a good faith argument. Bro, listen to. Here's the facts. 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 Here's the facts.
The fighter is not the one who decides how much it is. They do.
The fighter can negotiate it. It has to be agreed. It has to be agreed to. It has to be agreed to by the fighter. It has to be agreed to by the fighter. It has to be agreed to. So let me ask you this.
Understand.
Why did the other sanctioning bodies take the money?
They're an autonomous company. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay.
That's it.
So he paid the other.
I charge more than Walmart.
So Bud said to himself, "I don't think the WBC is better than the other three."
Okay, that's what he did.
So that's what he did.
That's it. But don't say that he doesn't.
Why is he wrong then? Why is he wrong for saying that?
Because he owes it.
What does he own?
The 3% that they're claiming for the 300,000.
No, he doesn't own 3%.
3%.
They didn't say 3%. See, again, you're lying. Now you're fucking up again. He don't own 3%. He don't own 3%. He don't own 3%. Mauricio didn't ask for 3%. Mauricio didn't ask for 3%. So now you're fucking up again. Now you Clay, did Mauricio ever ask it for 3%?
No, he asked for 0.6%.
6.6%.
0.06%.
So let me ask you this, Clay. Let me ask you this.
Hey, man.
If you have four cars, if you have four Toyota Corollas, Clay, if you have four Toyota Corollas, right, Clay?
Mm-hmm.
And three car dealerships are telling you got to pay 18, right?
Mm.
And then the fourth car dealership is telling you got to pay 30.
Right.
And you need to buy four Corollas, right?
Right.
You ain't gonna buy that fourth one for 30K when you're buying the other three for 18, correct?
There's no reason.
That's all Bud's doing here. That's all Bud's doing here. That is all Bud. Bro, if you're selling me a house, Clay, and then another dude is selling me the same house, Clay, if you're selling me a house, Clay, if you're selling me a house, right, and then another dude is selling me the same exact house, but he's selling it to me for double what you're selling me for, I ain't gonna buy that same house for the double. That's all Crawford. That's all Crawford's doing here. That is all Crawford's doing here. Am I right, Clay?
No, he ain't. No, he ain't.
Yeah, I think he is. I think what Bud is saying is that you're not better than the other belts. They're able to understand and take this as a fair amount that we're paying, and you're doing something different. You're separating yourself and making yourself more expensive.
The rules do not apply across the board of what he wants to
okay,
pay.
but let me tell you this.
But he doesn't have to accept. Does he have to accept the rules?
Clearly he doesn't, because he hasn't.
Does he have to accept the rules?
No penalty for it.
Does he have to accept the rules? All the argument is, this is the whole argument, and it's irrefutable. The WBC,
you're talking crazy.
This is the whole argument.
You don't take it.
This is an irrefutable argument that I'm going to make right now. The WBC is charging more than the other three, and by charging more than the other three, you are telling Bud Crawford that your belt is worth more than theirs. And so Crawford, as a consumer, is saying, I don't think your belt is worth more than those three, so I will not pay the inflated price for your belt, and I will pay the price for the other belts. It's that simple. It is that simple. So now the WBC is saying you either pay our price that we're asking for, or we will take your recognition away from you. That's what they said. So now that's where the negotiation stopped. Now, if I'm the WBC, right? What's the rush here? What's the rush here? Right? There's no rush here. Why? Why did you have to be so expeditious in doing this? Like, so what? You reached out. The guy was traveling the world. He was in Japan. He was all over the place. Like, he wasn't responding. He wasn't responding to nobody. He wasn't responding.
Wire money in 5 minutes. Get the fuck out of here.
So who the fuck is the WBC that I gotta sit there and I gotta respond to you?
Tell your electric company that it's when you want to pay, and see if they're not gonna cut your light off. Get the fuck out of here.
They're not gonna cut your light off in the wintertime.
Oh, yeah, because they got to follow the rules.
Okay,
so the same thing with
this is what Bud Crawford said.
We're not in the winter
All's Bud Crawford said. All's Bud Crawford said is this, and he said it in the video. He said, "What makes you better than the other three?" He has a right to say that. And then he said, "They took what I gave them, and you did not." Mauricio Suleiman said, it's either 300K or bust. And Crawford said, okay, then it's bust.
Guess what?
It's that simple. And in my interpretation, it was a dumb move, because you're going to have Shiraz and then Billy fight for that title. And the amount of sanctioning fee money is not going to be more than what a Canelo Crawford rematch was going to be. Because Canelo Crawford could rematch, Clay, and that could be another monster fight, and they could get another $300,000 from Canelo. And even if they took another $100,000 from Crawford, that's $400,000, Clay, in sanctioning fees. Are they going to get $400,000 in sanctioning fees from Shiraz and then Billy? Are they going to get $400,000 in sanctioning fees from Shiraz and Billy? Because then Billy and Shiraz are probably going to make $3 to $5 million apiece.
Not with Turkey.
So you think
Now
You
with Terry,
think
he's gonna make more.
You don't. I mean, we don't know what the number is going to be. It could be very well 3 to 5
would it be
million.
safe to say that
Yeah.
a sanctioning fee between Canelo and Crawford would be more than a sanctioning fee between
100%.
him? Bill?
Whatever it's gonna be.
So again, it's bad
Math,
business.
math,
It's just
3%,
it's stupid.
Not to
Stripping-
mention the magnitude
okay.
of the fight and the amount of promotion.
stripping-
Hey, okay,
Stripping
hear me out. Hear me out. What is 3%
Stripping
of $5 million?
Crawford because here's the thing
What is
too.
3% of $5 million? Tell me if it doesn't come close to 300,000.
It's 100. I think it's like 150,000, something like that.
150,000
Out of 5 million.
I think it's 150. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm just being honest.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So you're gonna say it's nowhere clear, and we're estimating $5 million at the low side.
HLD. You just
On
don't
the
like
low
Crawford. Like you can't argue this. Like you're arguing stupid
No,
things
is that
now.
you just don't make
Are
sense.
you gonna tell me you can't tell me that a Shiraz fucking and Billy fight is bigger than a Crawford Canelo rematch?
I'm not saying it is, but when it comes to the percentage,
So again,
listen.
He could
You
have
may
waited.
be talking to your GED educated motherfuckers.
He could have
out there,
waited.
but you're
He
not
could
talking
have
to one right
waited.
now.
He
You
could
ain't
have
talking to
waited.
one right now.
What was the Russian stripping him?
Stripping who?
But
what was the rush in stripping
the
him?
rush?
Yeah, explain to me.
They've gone on for months trying to get the sanctioning
Months.
fee.
It was only a couple weeks.
For the sanctioning fee of the Madrimov title eliminator, and then this one. They invited him to the fucking convention. That's why they had the poster up there for him, because they invited him to it.
Well, we don't know if they invited him or not.
Now you got the video. Don't act stupid.
We don't know if they invited him.
Stag acting stupid. Yeah, they're just gonna put a poster of him because they were just gonna try to make.
We don't know if they invited him or not. They put a
ridiculous,
poster up there because they wanted to mock him.
The only person
He was mocking him.
He
was trying to mock Crawford and shame him.
Oh please, get the fuck out of here.
You don't like Crawford. Can you say I don't like Crawford, please?
No, I can't.
Can you just tell the truth?
No, I can't. That's you. You're the one with Mauricio derangement syndrome.
You have Crawford derangement syndrome because you called him a deadbeat. You called him a deadbeat.
He is. Look, two women in boxing who were WBC champions decided not to want to play by the WBC rules, and they dropped the belts. Amanda fucking Serrano.
Who cares, bro? Who cares about the WBC? Who cares about the WBC? Who cares about the WBC sanctioning fees? Who cares? Who cares about the WBC? Who gives a fuck about the WBC? Fuck them.
Who cares?
Fuck them.
The thing is
Fuck them. Fuck them.
Good.
Fuck them.
Look, you're like that. You're mad. You mad.
Who cares about the WBC? Fuck them.
You mad. Good.
Fuck the WBC. Who gives a shit?
He still owes money.
Who cares?
He still owes money. Or owed money.
I'm about to say he doesn't owe money anymore.
No, that's what I say. He owed money. That's why I correct him. He owed money.
Right.
The case is closed. My argument here is just on principles.
Okay, on principle, Mauricio Suleiman's
no,
an idiot.
Because the facts are the facts.
On principle, Mauricio Suleiman's an idiot because now he's taking the belt off of a more lucrative fighter and he's going to put it on someone who's not as lucrative.
Maybe not, because who knows what the future is. That Bud wasn't going to fight again.
But it don't matter. It don't matter because now Canelo could have fought Bud in a rematch, bro.
Yeah, but Canelo's still going to make his money, more money than Bud's going to make in his next money. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. They're both 8-figure fighters.
Yeah, it does matter. It does matter because if it didn't matter, he would pay his fee like Canelo did.
Bro, if you're making $100 million and you're making $50 million, I mean, you're still going to be buying the same shit.
Then why didn't he pay the $300,000 like it's a drop in the bucket, bro?
Why did he pay it? Because he paid less for 3 other sanctioning bodies, and he thought he didn't think that the WBC belt was worth more than the other 3.
Canelo's not bitching, and he lost.
That's his decision. That's his decision.
That's exactly.
Canelo made more than Crawford, so that's a different story.
It doesn't go for your morality.
Did Canelo already throw the other WBC belt in the trash before?
I don't think he dropped. I think they stripped him, though, right? Did they strip him? I think
he told him to go fuck themselves. They stripped him, yeah. They stripped Canelo before.
They stripped him. No. Being stripped and vacating a belt is 2 different things. Like Cotto did. Cotto had the balls that tell you know what, I'm not.
Canelo was stripped.
Cotto said, I'm not paying the $300,000.
Canelo was stripped of an IBF belt. And Canelo was stripped of the WBC.
Yeah,
belt.
because he didn't want to pay the fees. He wasn't going to pay for it.
Crawford didn't want to pay the fees either. So Crawford didn't want to pay the fees either. And now he gets stripped. So let me ask you this: Let me ask you this: When Canelo didn't pay the fees for the IBF belt, the president of the IBF make a video and bitching and complaining and call Canelo a deadbeat?
That motherfucker doesn't even have a convention. What the fuck are we talking about?
Okay, so did Mauricio Suleiman come out and start talking shit about Canelo when Canelo didn't pay the sanctioning fees or
Convention, that's where you handle these things out. Yes, that's what you do.
So you think it was right for Suleiman to air Crawford out at that convention?
Oh, you're just gonna say we're not gonna
No,
announce we're just gonna announce that we skipped them.
Listen. If you're a man and you have a problem with another man, you handle it in private with that man. You don't go out in public and try to
like you're making shit up as you go here.
What did Clay? Did I say anything wrong? Clay, did I lie about anything? Clay, what did I lie about? Clay, what did I lie about? Clay, what did I lie about?
Hey, like you did, man.
I mean, I'm hearing everything clear, but this is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing from Joe's side that at the end of the day, it was a bad business move by.
I just think it was a bad business move on WBC because you're going to put the belt on somebody who is less popular and less lucrative than the other guy. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's common.
If you think
listen.
So. Who's got longer?
Is Shiraz or Mbili going to be on the Forbes list next year?
They're going to have more longevity than fucking
Bud. I agree with HLD on that too, though, as well. That Bud is on his way out the door, and the reason I'm saying that is because
why not cash him out?
Well, I mean, maybe, but I'm going to say that
Bud is already talking about going to 160.
We got to talk about the history of Terrence Bud Crawford, the fact that he held up the welterweight division, you know what I'm saying, until he made his move at 154. And that there's an argument there to say that, you know, those belts didn't get the activity that they would have gotten if he would have vacated the belts. So I don't have no problem with Mauricio Suleiman, like putting some pressure on the belts being active, getting it on a Hamza Shiraz or somebody else, or getting it inside of a title fight to get the belts active off the strength that Terrence Crawford may legitimately be on his way out of boxing, or at a minimum out of the 168-pound division. He has no interest in defending the belts against David Benavidez or Hamza Shiraz or any of the other 168-pounders. He's only interested in Canelo Alvarez, and we don't know where Canelo is going to go with this whole rematch thing all the way. So that part is sanctioning body business. That's what they do. But I think the biggest story for me here is that the sanctioning bodies, the WBC being one of the biggest ones that's been in the magnifying glass of a lot of scrutiny, because people don't understand what they're doing with these sanctioning fees and why fighters are paying to be champions. Why are fighters like Ryan Garcia coming off losses and getting put into title matches, you know, coming off ban lists and getting put right into a title match? Why is Conor Benn?
But it is an argument.
Why is Conor Benn inactive getting put as a mandatory to the bill? Why is Stephen Fulton getting an opportunity to become
Shaki Foster did too. Got an opportunity.
But at least Shaki Foster didn't blow weight. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny, Clay? There were two other fighters that the WBC ordered to fight for that interim title. And now they took that opportunity away from them. So what happens to those guys?
Right.
They lose out on the payday. So they fuck. So again, WBC went and they already ordered a fight.
How many guys? Right? Hey, how many
they
guys?
They already ordered a fight, but now they're fucking. Now they're fucking two fighters, right? And they want Fulton and O'Shaki. They wanted that to be for the title so they can collect the bigger sanctioning fee.
What?
That's why that's what that was. So again, this company, this organization is a money marketing scheme.
That's all it is.
They'll do anything. They'll do anything to collect the sanction.
And it's nobody. And the thing is, it's nobody's business what they do with their collected fees. As long as they follow the fucking tax code, it's none of our business.
Who cares?
Okay, HL, I agree with that, right? But I also
I can talk shit I can talk shit if I want.
Right. And I also believe that the fighters have been asking for transparency, and that's okay. If they don't want to give the transparency, they don't have to give it. But this is a different time period. 2026 is going to be an interesting year. TKO's on the scene now. Zuffa. There's a lot of options for fighters right now. And if the
I'm glad for that.
if these sanctioning bodies don't show the value in their belts outside of the history that the belts bring, and it becomes something that just represents extortion, It just represents money being taken out of my pockets for no reason. They're hurting their own brand.
Turkey can overload the market with money. Because if it was the zone when they came in, remember how they flooded the market, paying everybody overpriced, just like Al Heyman did. He overpaid everybody. Right. Yeah, because that only is happening because of the unlimited funds of Turkey, and he don't care about profit and losses. See, because he has another end goal. So this is only happening because of that. Now, just like you guys are saying that Mauricio could have sued Bud, right? Bud could have sued him for stripping him of his belt because I didn't agree.
Bud doesn't care. It doesn't affect his bottom line.
So then that
Mauricio's bottom line is affected.
The argument is mute. But he did agree by expressly fighting for the belt. He did. And that's all that's needed in court. My point is not about who's.
He didn't agree to pay $300,000
by wrapping that belt around him, parading that he's fighting for undisputed. That is already expressly.
You already sanctioned the fight without collecting the fees. Which means it's your fault.
No, they collected that first part. I bet. I know
they didn't collect any fees.
They collected that down payment of $100,000 at the very minimum.
Do you have a record of it?
Yeah, I'm about to say. You got proof of that?
Where's the record? Where's the record? Just show it to me.
Go read it again.
No, you're reading a cookie cutter. A bylaw.
No, that's not a bylaw. That right there is a contract at the top. If you go to the top, it's a contract.
So that's
Terrence Crawford's contract.
So someone called me an idiot. Someone called me an idiot in the chat, and you guess what? Being the man. See, this is why I'm so much more of a man than you, HLD. Terrence Crawford was invited to that convention, but decided not to go because he was stripped of the title.
That's not true. He wasn't stripped until after. What are we talking about?
He was. He wasn't stripped. He wasn't stripped out.
Did I send you the video? Did I not send you? Now you're
well. First of all, at that convention, didn't Mauricio Suleiman personally announce that he was stripping Crawford?
Yeah.
So why would he go? So Clay, let me ask you a question. So yeah, Beeb is an idiot because Crawford was invited to that convention. So Clay, can I ask you a question? Why would he go? Why would he go to a convention, right? Where it was going to be announced that he's going to be stripped of his belt. Would that make sense?
Because they ruled on that during the convention after Crawford did not.
No, they already knew he was going to get. Come on, man. So I'll be an idiot. I'll be an idiot. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot for saying that a guy shouldn't go to a convention where he's going to get stripped of his title. Okay, I'm an idiot. Guilty. I'm guilty.
No,
guilty.
We don't know.
Guilty.
We don't know that Bud didn't. We don't know that Bud. We don't know that Bud wasn't made aware of the intent of the WBC until Mauricio spoke on the camera. So there's a good chance that weeks before that, Bud understood what the consequences were going to be. That they gave him the heads up.
About Mauricio, so play the video, B. Go ahead.
Which one? Oh, you want me to play this one? Bro, I'll play anything. I'll play anything you want. For some reason,
what they were doing, they've been trying to get
for some reason.
You guys don't understand. At the convention, decisions are made.
But you're making it up as you go along. You're making it up as you go along, bro.
You want to pay the fees? Did not come to the thing and was ignoring all their calls. They decided the ultimatum to what? Oh, he can't read that. He can't read that. He can't read the transcript.
Tuvo una comunicación inicial y después ya nunca contestó y llegamos al ultimátum que tampoco contestó, entonces tuvimos que proceder.
So they already asked him why he stripped him. This was at the convention.
Solicitó el Consejo Mundial de Boxeo pelear una eliminatoria final en Super Welter y mantener su campeonato Welter. Esto fue aprobado, peleó con Madrimov, inclusive hay un cinturón precioso que se hizo de Riyadh Season, él se le entregó, lo tuvo, y nosotros no estamos en el negocio de cobrar, no andamos ahí cobrando, siempre se tiene buena fe, se tiene la amplitud, la flexibilidad, se estuvo viendo el tema, después cierra la pelea con el Canelo, una pelea en la que gana $50 millones, se hace una concesión importante para que sea una cuota mínima, la cual decide ni siquiera eso honrar, y son las reglas, es una situación muy penosa, y lo triste es que después de ganar tanto dinero, no aportar al fondo que apoya a los boxeadores en necesidad, boxeadores en retiro, boxeadores con cáncer, sin casa. Es algo penoso. Mandé muchos WhatsApp.
So basically,
él estaba invitado a la convención.
he's saying that he didn't pay his sanctioning fees for the Madrimov fight, and then he went ahead and sanctioned this fight.
He petitioned for that.
And then he went ahead, right? Then he went ahead and sanctioned this other fight, even though he didn't pay the sanctioning fees for that fight. And the sanctioning fees for that fight were kind of stupid. You know why? Because that was the Madrimov fight when he was fighting for the WBA title, and he was defending the interim WBO title, right? So the WBC decided that we're going to make that fight an eliminator for the number one contender. They're going to make that one. They're going to make that fight. They're going to make that fight an eliminator.
Bud petitioned for that.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, Bud petitioned for that.
And there's nothing in that video. There's nothing in that video.
He shouted right there. Look at that. Look how pathetic you are.
Come on, man.
This is sad.
Why would Bud petition? Why would Bud petition? If Bud is fighting, you're yelling again. You're yelling. You're yelling. You're yelling. You're yelling. Why would Bud petition?
I question your.
Where does it say we're gonna? Where did it say in that video that he petitioned for it?
He said it.
Where?
Go ahead, play it again.
No, from my understanding, Bud did petition the WBC to either hold his status at welterweight, or which would give him the leverage to eliminate
so that had nothing to do though. He's fighting for a Madrimov
because he had no guarantees that he was going to beat Madrimov, right? So he couldn't say champion if he didn't beat
But again, you're collecting a sanctioning fee. Right?
There's a fee for everything. This life ain't free.
You're collecting a sanctioning fee for a fight that's at 154 when he's already fighting for the WBA and he's fighting for the interim WBO. So why does he have to fight for it? When did fighters who are champions in other
taxes?
When did fighters who have been champions, right? That's the best belt. When have fighters who have been champions in other sanctioning bodies have to fight for a mandatory spot in another sanctioning body? The only time that's ever happened before was when Golovkin was a WBA champ, and then the WBC mandated Canelo to fight Golovkin, and that's when Canelo said, "Go ahead and strip me." So they did this, but it's stupid. But it's stupid for them.
He kept his options open to still be the one.
Doesn't matter. So why are you paying a sanctioning? So why are you paying a sanctioning? I gotta mute him. So he's paying a sanctioning fee for a fight at 154, right? For a mandatory slot for a WBC title, right? But the winner of that fight's going to be a WBA champion and a WBO interim champion. Right. So if you're a WBA champion and a WBO champion, since when did champions from other organization fight for a mandatory slot for another organization? That never happened. Like he sanctioned that fight just so he could squeeze another sanctioning fee out of Madrimov and Crawford. By him petitioning Suleiman to not strip him at 147, that has nothing to do with the fight at 154. That's stupid logic. That is dummy logic, no, Clay?
Beep, show him the picture that it was Turkey who was holding the WBC belt at the Madrimov fight and put it on Bud Crawford's shoulders.
So what?
Who
cares?
Go ahead.
So what?
Oh, you don't care, right? Because the fact is, Mauricio Suleiman is the fact. That's why.
Listen, you like the guy. You have a crush on him. That's not my problem. You have a crush. Listen, you have a crush on the guy. That's between you and him. That is between you and him. If you like the guy, listen, I'm not going to burst you. To each his own.
You should like the guy.
To each his own. If you like that guy, that's your prerogative. I don't care you like the guy.
Again, I care about the principles that you're lining your
there
ass
is no,
up open.
There are no
you're
principles.
Your ass up open.
There are no principles. The guy sanctioned the fight at 154 where his title wasn't on the line.
If I get my ass kicked by Madrimov, I'm still the champion.
But he had no business even being involved in that fight is what I'm trying to tell you.
Then why did Turkey accept him since he hates the WBC so much?
Doesn't matter why he did it. I don't agree thing.
It's a one-way street.
I don't even care.
Case
Turkey,
closed.
because Turkey wasn't
Case
paying the
closed.
sanctioning fee. Why does he care?
Case closed.
Did Turkey have to pay any sanctioning fee
Everybody
for that?
talks about the narrative that he don't like the WBC, but then he put that belt on.
I don't care what Turkey likes.
put
I'm not
that
here to
belt on,
advocate.
bud.
It's not my job to advocate for what Turkey likes. I don't give a fuck what Turkey likes.
Turkey could have done it just to be petty and not give a damn. That doesn't mean
Turkey don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Turkey lets anybody.
But
Turkey
God,
lets
Jacob,
any.
if you get lucky,
Turkey
you
would
know
let you
what?
in that ring. Turkey would
Because
let you
they
in that
benefit
ring.
from it.
All
You gonna
Mauricio
tell me it's not a
Suleiman.
benefit?
If Mauricio Suleiman said,
There's a benefit.
This is my date for the evening. I want to bring him in the ring with me. He'd let you in
Why
the
is
ring.
Nakisa
He'd let you in the
Badarian-
ring. He'd let you in the ring.
Why is Nakisa Badarian, who is against the WBC, where both of his fighters have
Look,
dropped
I
the
don't
WBC
care.
belt?
I don't care if
And
Jesus
he
Christ
still
came off
said,
the cross
look,
and was
what you
vouching
don't
for
do, if you
Mauricio
don't want the
Suleiman.
belt, you
I ain't
drop
gonna
the
change
belt.
my opinion,
But what you
bro.
don't do
I don't change
is
my
you fucking
opinion,
take advantage
bro.
of it,
I
fight
don't
for it,
change
and then
my
say you don't owe
opinion.
the fee.
Gotta mute him
That's
again
the
because
character Badarian.
I don't change my opinion based on what someone else says. If I have an opinion, that's my opinion. I don't give a fuck what Nakisa Badarian says. Who the fuck is he to me? He don't pay my bills. I don't care what he thinks.
You definitely don't care about the rules and the facts either. You only care about
No one cares about the rules. Boxing's a joke.
You only care
Boxing
about
boxing is a
That's
fucking
another
boxing
argument
is a
as well.
free
That's an argument, but you're conflating other
boxing is-
issues that has
boxing
nothing to
is-
do with this.
Boxing is again. I got
Irrelevant.
Boxing is the wild, wild west. Nobody gives a fuck about the rules.
In the court of law, what you're now talking about, everything else is irrelevant.
Then why
You
isn't
from the
Mauricio
record.
Mauricio Suleiman is
From
not
the record,
suing?
Your Honor, that's
He's
irrelevant.
not suing. He's not suing
It's irrelevant.
because he's not suing because he doesn't have a case.
Or he has a weak case. Like maybe he has a case, but he doesn't believe in the case enough
Bro,
to push it to the ultimate.
It's a publicity stunt from Mauricio Suleiman trying to curry favor with the public to make Terence Crawford look bad. It
Exactly.
was all this was a PR stunt because he never did it with any other fighter.
Hey,
Just like when Bob Arum took it upon himself to
the
talk
check
all that
cooking
shit
you?
about Terence Crawford, saying he could buy a house with all the money he lost. Bro, people just don't like the guy, and that's fine. You don't have to like the guy, but don't let it cloud your judgment. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going off the rules and what it is.
There are no rules. No one follows them. Nobody follows the rules, so the rules are irrelevant at this point.
How come we never heard anybody else ever defaulting on this shit?
Because they don't know. Let's see what happens after this. We
So
don't know.
Terence Crawford is the only fighter that the WBC's ever stripped.
No, of course not.
Okay then.
But from what I know, Bud is the first guy, instead of having the balls to say, you know what, I'm not fighting for your belt, and drop it. And telling, you know what, I don't want it to be against Canelo. Just like Cotto did.
Look, there's been
Just like Cotto
I'm
did
sure.
in 2015.
Oh, guys, I gotta go with you guys, man.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Man, I
Man.
appreciate you, man.
Hey, Clay, work so that you can make your own assessments, because you need to read the whole shit. Are you on Twitter right now? Where are you at? Are you on Instagram?
I'm on Twitter and I'm on Instagram, bro.
Oh, then I gotta then the next time I'm on your panel, so I can.
I'm kind of
that you can pull up your own
kind of
information.
insulted that you're not following me on Instagram, on Twitter.
I don't really request anybody, really.
Clay, do I follow you?
I feel some kind of way right now, huh?
Clay,
Stop it, bro. You know
Clay, do I
I'm
follow
one
you?
of your day
No,
ones.
you don't. I don't think so.
I'm
I
one
don't
of
know
your
who
day
follows
ones.
me,
Don't
to be
even
honest.
try.
I
Look at
don't.
it.
No, I follow you, Clay, because I know who you are on
He's
Twitter.
using that guilt trip on me.
Clay,
Come
I
on,
follow
Clay.
you on
Come
Twitter.
on, Clay.
Okay.
I follow you on Twitter. HLD's a clown. He don't follow nobody, man.
Yeah. HLD, man, that hurts my feelings, bro. I ain't gonna lie. We're gonna
Nah,
talk
he's
about
not a
that
good guy, man.
We're gonna talk about that later, Joe.
He's not a good dude.
I'm not
man.
fighting, Clay.
HLD.
I'm not fighting, Clay.
Conversation, bro.
I'm not biting, Clay.
Look, nobody follows the rules in boxing. It's a free for all. They make the rules up as they make the rules. They make the rules.
But your favorite boxer knows
They make the rules up.
HLD is.
They make the rules up. Look, they make the rules up as they go along. Nobody follows the rules. So if you wanna do this righteous indignation bullshit, bro, come on, man.
Hey, that's you.
Nobody follows the rules.
That's
nobody.
You. That's
so
you. That's you. That's you.
Me.
That's you. You don't give a fuck. I do. I live my life.
Does
the
WBC?
I live my life my
does
way.
the WBC follow it? Let me ask you a question. Does the WBC follow its own rules? Yes or no?
They do, because it tells them that
in their own rules, it tells them that they have the right to change them.
They
do.
In their
They
own
do?
rules, in their own rules,
They
says
follow
have the
their
right
own
to change.
rules.
Yeah,
So
'cause
so when it says that a mandatory challenge is supposed to defend its title every 9 months, that happens.
but guess what? It also says that they have a right to change it for the
All right.
betterment of the sport or to
So
whatever is better for them. Yeah,
okay,
it does.
so basically, what you're saying is you
No,
agree
no,
with
no, no, no. What the rules are
this is
saying.
what you agree to.
What the
You
rules are
you
saying.
you like the fact that an
No, I don't
organization
like it. I'm just saying
you
those are
like
the
the
rules.
fact you like the fact that an organization can make rules
Hey,
and
you like paying taxes?
apply them in a very biased way, a favoritism type
They
way.
have a
So if
paying
they
taxes,
so
yeah.
you think it's fair for an
I
organization
say
to
it's
make
fair. I just say
you
it's the
think it's
rules.
fair for an
It's the rules.
organization to make rules and apply them differently to each fighter.
It's not fair, but it's
That's
the
fine.
rules. It's not fair. Listen what I said.
So listen
It's
to what
not
this
fair, but
guy.
it's the rules.
So if you're dealing with an organization
Then
that
don't
has
fight for them.
that has rules, you're dealing with an organization that has rules, and they can apply them any way they see fit, right? And everything is on a case by case basis. Then how much credibility does this organization have?
How much credibility do you have if you know all this and you're still a bitch to want to fight for them? How much credibility do you have
Well,
as
I
a man?
mean,
You're a bitch.
he
You're a
fought.
bitch.
He
You're
fought
a
for the
bitch.
title. He
You're
fought
a
for the
bitch.
title.
Because if you don't like the rules,
He's
you don't
calling
have to
Crawford.
go.
See now, if you have to call someone a bitch, that means you don't like him.
No,
So
you're being a bitch because you're allowing somebody to fuck you over.
when Canelo is Canelo and Cotto a bitch now because they didn't pay the sanction fee.
No, they were not a bitch because they had the balls to drop the belt before the fight.
No, Cotto didn't pay the sanction fee. He fought for the title.
He dropped the belt before the fight, the week of.
He didn't pay the sanction fee.
Oh no, he didn't because he dropped the belt before the week of. Why didn't Josh Taylor go to fight Teofimo Lopez with all those belts? He could have paraded and say I am and then not pay the fees.
Who cares?
No,
he didn't pay.
He decided
Why do you care? Why do you care? He didn't pay the sanction fee. What do you care for?
I don't because
why do you
if
care?
you already benefited from something, then you have to pay.
What do you benefit for? From what?
You don't think he makes money off the marketing, having all 4 belts around and being called 3-time undisputed?
No, everybody knows he's undisputed.
He would not have been called 3-time undisputed without the WBC belt.
When George Foreman vacated all his titles and he was just walking around he was walking around being called the lineal champion, he was still making tens of millions of dollars.
Would Bud have been called 3-time undisputed without the WBC belt on the line?
Would he have been called three-time undisputed? No, probably not.
Right. And that's a benefit to that because now he can say
Who cares?
That he was. So now he can say he was.
Is Anthony Joshua undisputed? Was Floyd Mayweather undisputed?
No.
Tyson Fury undisputed?
Those guys themselves.
Vladimir Klitschko?
They don't need the
Vladimir Klitschko? Was Vladimir Klitschko?
They didn't need the money, but Bud needs all the help he can. Because if not, he could barely sell in Nebraska next to the farmers market.
Crawford don't need the WBC.
No, he can't because that's why they lost $20 million in that Madrimov fight.
They lose money all the time. They lost money on Canelo.
Like
the zone's been losing money since they've been in existence. Who cares? Why is that? Who gives a fuck? Let them all lose money. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Let them all go bankrupt. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Think I give a fuck about someone else's if someone else goes bankrupt?
Like I said,
I don't give a fuck if you think I care if someone else goes bankrupt? Fuck them.
No, I care about it.
Fuck them.
You're wrong. That's all.
Fuck them. Fuck them.
All I care about is I know I'm right and you're wrong.
Right about what?
That's all.
What are you right about?
That's all. You've been cooked.
You know what you're right about? You're right about that you hate Bud Crawford. Do you like Bud Crawford? Yes or no?
No, I like Bud Crawford. I think he's a great father. I love what he does as a father. I really do.
You like him as a boxer?
As a boxer, I think his limited opponents that he's had throughout his career doesn't.
See again, you don't like him as a boxer.
No. I'm talking about his resume.
You don't like him as a boxer, so that's why you have this opinion.
Because he fights. He's a fighter.
Who's a better fighter? Who's a better fighter, him or Canelo?
Well, he's proven that he won that fight, so you're gonna have to say it was him.
Okay, all right.
I mean.
So do you like Canelo Alvarez as a fighter?
I do.
So why do you like Canelo Alvarez as a fighter, but you don't like Crawford as a fighter?
But I just told you, I don't like his resume. I don't think his resume stands up.
So how does Canelo's resume stand up when he lost all his big fights?
Because by 23 years old, he had the balls to fight the best.
Floyd Mayweather?
Yes.
Okay.
See, just like Teal did by 25 to want to fight the best that he could.
So when
fight.
Teal loses to Shakur, what's going to happen?
Hey, man, I'm going to have to give props to my Puerto Rican fighter.
I mean, just because you're a little bit, I don't want to call you the word.
Hey, just like I said, man, if Shakur wins, what can I say? I got to give.
Well, now I brought more people in the chat, and I brought another person on the panel, and you took another L today.
You want to say that? That's what's sad. That's what's sad. I'm okay. Look, I got crazy uncles in our family, and we let them talk all this shit. You know what I mean?
You're gonna wish me happy birthday?
Is it your birthday for real?
Tomorrow.
Are you bullshitting me, Jack? You bullshitting me about your mother, motherfucker?
No, tomorrow. You want me to pull my license out?
No. But I'm saying,
pull my license out.
Hey, happy birthday!
I'm gonna be 56 years old, man.
All right, man, that's a blessing.
I'm gonna be 56 years old tomorrow,
that's
man.
A blessing,
and I look younger than you.
No, you don't.
I look younger than you.
No, you don't.
I saw a picture of you one time. You look like you're about 66. Horrible. I'm proud of myself today.
And you should be. You know how many motherfuckers? We know how many motherfuckers probably in this chat. They're probably like 25 years old, looking like a tart as shit. You know that.
I mean, I'm 56 years old tomorrow, man.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah. But you bullshit. You bullshit because you care about your 80-20 instead of being right.
Bro, I'm right. I'm wrong about 50% of the time. But you know what it's like when I am right? It's like the times I'm right, I'm hitting 3-pointers. And the times I'm wrong, it's like I'm only missing one of the 2 free throws. So I'm
trying to be easy with you guys because, man, like you, and I say you guys because I'm bringing D-style into this. Both of you guys are like, I consider you guys my, the community brothers of this fucking boxing thing. And I'm not trying to get at your throats like that. I am not trying to.
Yeah, but you just don't like Crawford as a fighter, so you have a bias against him. I'm just talking
about the principles.
There are no principles in boxing. It's there are no principles. There are no principles. There is no right and wrong because nobody follows the rules in boxing. There is no right or wrong. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. There is no right or wrong. Nobody follows the rules.
There is a right.
The rules are followed selectively. The rules are followed selectively.
Not to pay your fees.
The rules are followed selectively.
But benefited.
Do you think if Canelo Alvarez? Let me ask you an honest question.
Yeah.
If Canelo Alvarez won that fight, and he said, "I'm not paying $300,000. I'm only paying $100,000," would he have gotten stripped?
Did he off sanctioning fees on another fight?
I'm just asking you.
Yes or no? You have to apply the same circumstance. Apply the same circumstance.
Yeah, even under the same circumstance. Would he have been stripped?
I would say they would come to an ultimatum ultimately, yes.
They wouldn't have. Yes or no? Would they have stripped him?
Yes, because they've already stripped him before.
You believe that? I don't believe that.
Have the WBC stripped Canelo before?
Yeah, and you know what? They begged him to fight for the title again.
The bottom line is they
begged him. The WBC strips Bivol for not fighting Benavidez after he just becomes undisputed. Canelo Alvarez went 2 years without fighting David Benavidez, and they didn't strip him
because they never mandated it.
Okay, so they don't apply the rules.
Again, because you don't know the rules. You have to petition. You can petition.
I understand.
Benavidez could have petitioned
the
rules, for 2 years and
the rules are designed. The rules are designed.
No.
The rules are designed for them to apply favoritism. But the rules are designed. The rules are designed for them to apply favoritism to fighters they like.
You're wrong again.
If you can't admit that, you're either lying.
Could have Benavidez petition to become the mandated mandatory.
He wanted to, yeah.
He did. Why didn't he?
He did.
No, he didn't.
So Benavidez never said, "I want to fight Canelo Alvarez."
He never petitioned the WBC to be mandated mandatory.
So he has to beg him.
You have to petition.
He has to beg him.
You have to petition.
What do you mean you have to petition?
Just like the week before he moved up.
So let me finish my point. In order to get a mandatory fight, they don't just make you mandatory and order it. You have to beg them for it, is what you're saying.
No, you have to petition.
Where does it say that? Can you pull up the rule?
I can pull up a video where Mauricio Solomon says that, yeah.
Can you pull up a rule saying in order to
Oh my God,
let's Google that. I did this on Saturday and you were wrong. Does a fighter?
Google it. No, go to the WBC rules. Just because you're in mandatory position does not automatically.
No, you're right. You could be a mandatory for 10 years, and if they don't order it, you don't fight it. I understand that. I'm not arguing. I'm 100% not arguing that. What I am arguing, and do you know that you could be ranked number 7, and if they want to make you mandatory, you'll be mandatory. It doesn't even matter where you're ranked either. You have to. You if you're in the top 15,
Right.
then you could be made. So again, the rules. The rules. You have to agree and admit, if you're an honest broker, the rules are designed for them to apply them in a favorable way to fighters who they like.
Why did Benavidez, the week before, in March of that he was going to be, because it was already established by Mauricio Suleiman.
Yeah, but he didn't petition.
Let me finish.
He didn't petition to fight Bivol. He didn't petition to fight Bivol.
Let me finish.
He didn't petition to fight
in
Bivol.
March of 23, was it 2023 or 2024? Mauricio Suleiman was going to mandate Benavidez to become the immediate mandatory to Canelo. What did Team Benavidez do? Before March, they decided to move up.
That was after 2 years, though.
It doesn't matter. You're a week away waiting 2
So
years.
did David Benavidez officially petition to fight Bivol? No.
No, he fought an eliminator, was it, when he went up?
No, he didn't. He didn't petition to fight Bivol, and then the WBC just ordered. They just ordered the fight without him petitioning it. So can we at least admit the rules are set up in a way? Can we just let's just be on? No, but the rules are set up in which the rules are set up in which the WBC can show favoritism to certain fighters. Yes or no?
Yes.
So again, like
for the betterment of the sport.
That's not for the betterment of the sport.
What's a bigger fight, Javier Herrera for the interim title or Shaki Foster and Fulton?
What's a bigger fight? David Benavidez versus Canelo Alvarez, or David Benavidez versus William Skull? What's a bigger fight? David Benavidez versus Canelo Alvarez, or Canelo Alvarez versus Edgar Berlanga?
Skull was not for the WBC.
It's for the IBF.
Right, so it's not the same.
So again, like when he fought Jaime Munguia, we fought Edgar Berlanga. Are those fights bigger than fights with Benavidez?
No, they're not bigger.
Okay, so what about John Ryder?
Yeah,
what about Jamal Charlo? It was a Jamal Charlo fight bigger than a fight with.
He also petitioned.
So all these other fights that were smaller than Benavidez fights, why did they happen? Why did they happen?
They were petitioned.
I mean, you have to admit this is a sham organization. You know it. You know it's a sham. You know it's a sham. It's a sham organization.
If you know a restaurant serves shit food and you don't like it, why do you keep going to them?
I'm not going to the WBC.
Yeah, but
I'm not watching I don't watch boxing because of I watch boxing because of the fighters, not because of the sanctioning.
But we're talking about Bud. Bud keeps on going to the same shitty restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's a sucker.
Why is he a sucker?
Because he's paid sanctioning fees before.
So is Canelo a sucker?
He likes the services, so no, he's okay with it.
Okay.
See what I mean? It's a choice.
So when you like the services, you pay. When you like the services, you pay. When you don't,
when you don't like the service, you don't go. You don't go to the store, eat the food.
Listen, the WBC sanctioned the fight. If they didn't want Bud to fight for their title, they could have said, "We're not sanctioning the fight."
Yeah, it was in the price you're going to pay. You're not going to do a dine-in dash.
Then why did you offer the service then?
Because they expected.
He already dined and dashed once, and you allowed it.
Because they have faith he's done in past practices to pay. You don't think he's a street hustler that's going to try to do that.
You got to be smart, man. You can't let yourself be gang. If you're an idiot, a fool and his money are soon parted.
No, then the bottom line is
a fool and his money are soon parted. If you don't know how to run a business, then you're an idiot and you get beat. Then I'm glad he got beat.
Sometimes for a fee, I lend some money. Not for free. I lend some money to a buddy of mine, or I think it is.
All right.
And he doesn't pay me back.
Yep.
And he comes back, man. He's like, man, I gotta pay my rent, or I gotta buy groceries for my family.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay. all right, man, but you're gonna end up paying me. All right.
Yeah.
He doesn't pay me.
Yeah.
All right, so now you owe me whatever, $500.
Yeah.
I just got rid of a piece of shit friend for $500. I'm okay.
Oh, here we go, Bronx Tale.
Hey, I'm okay with it. I'm okay.
So you think you're cool giving away losing $500?
No, I'm okay that I don't got to deal with that piece of shit.
Yo, it's one thing. It's one thing if you.
I don't got to deal with that.
Bro, it's one thing if you let someone borrow $5 or $10 or $20, but if you're letting someone borrow $500 and you're cool with it, then I mean, I don't want to. Come on, man.
What's $500 to me might not be the same for you. I mean, we don't know.
Bro, I'm worth close to $1 million. I'm not giving $500 just to anybody. I don't care.
Hey, but it happens. It happens. And I'm not going to beat them up, and I'm not going to go to court for the small claims court. No, I'm like, all right, now I know. Block.
Listen, Mauricio Suleiman's can we admit Mauricio Suleiman's a sucker?
Yeah, you could say in the sucker.
He's a sucker. Yeah, Mauricio Suleiman's a sucker. He's a sucker. Yeah. Mauricio Suleiman is a sucker.
Because he also
and if you're going to be...
and he also said... He will never fight for the WBC again.
Okay, but then he also said Bivol was never going to fight for the WBC title, and he did. So what happened?
He didn't say ever again. He never said that.
He said he would never fight for the title.
He didn't say that.
He didn't?
No.
He didn't boycott the Russian fighters?
Oh, when we were in the middle of all that bullshit, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of xenophobia there, man. Come on. This is what you support? Xenophobia?
No, you support socialism, bro.
Bro.
You're the one that said...
You are talking to the wrong... Bro.
Oh, man.
Come on, bro.
That Bud decides how much to pay everybody equally.
Bro, that's capitalism. Socialism is when you're... I gotta mute him. He won't shut up. Socialism is when you're dictated a price and you just accept it. Capitalism is when you shop around. Bud shopped around. Bro.
You're trying to force a company to take what they have to take.
You're not forcing anything. It's a negotiation.
It's not they were not open to the negotiations.
Bro. Mauricio Suleiman's a sucker.
The rules do not open the doors for
Mauricio Suleiman is a sucker. The WBC is a sucker. The WBC is a sucker sham organization. And when TKO starts and they're up and running in January, all these motherfuckers are going to be on notice.
That'll be awesome.
And they're all shitting themselves right now.
That'll be awesome.
And Turki Al-Sheikh, right?
That's a separate argument.
Turki Al-Sheikh, who's invested in TKO? You think he's gonna? You think he's gonna be? You think he's gonna be wrapping WBC once TKO starts? Do you think Turki Al-Sheikh's gonna be wrapping WBC belts around people's waists?
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna be wrapping around the ring belt either.
Oh yes, he will.
I don't know.
Oh yes, he will.
I think they're just gonna come up with.
No, I've already talked to him about it. He's gonna be. Doing he's doing that. That's my Arab brother, man. Alhamdulillah, man.
Hey, so is Mauricio Suleiman. He's
Inshallah.
Hey, so
Inshallah.
Suleiman. He's
Mauricio Suleiman was begging. He was begging Dana White. He's like, please. You know what Mauricio Suleiman did?
Hey.
The week of the fight, you know what Mauricio Suleiman did? Please, Dana, please, can you please let me put the WBC belt on Terrence? Please. Please. I want to put the WBC belt on the winner. Can you please let me in the ring? Can you please? And then you know what else he was doing? Please let me get a suite. Let me get ringside seats, please.
Hey, Joe.
He's a sucker.
Hey, Joe.
He's a sucker. Fuck him.
Are all Lebanese the same like Mauricio Suleiman?
Bro, he's not even Lebanese. He lives in fucking.
He lives in fucking Mexico.
Nah. Can I tell you something? You know, I actually had the honor and privilege of interviewing his dad too.
How was that?
I can send it to you. I have it.
I would like to see that.
Yeah, this was during the
You old as fuck.
Remember when Derek Chisora? Remember when Derek Chisora spit water in Vladimir's face when he was fighting Vitali? Yeah, we were talking about that. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, his father's a really cool dude, man.
They're all cool dudes, but they all play within their own game, man.
His father, I'm gonna be honest, he wasn't like Mauricio, man. He wasn't like Mauricio.
Look, I haven't heard Mauricio say a bad negative word, bro. Even in this shit with Bud.
Yeah, but he's a bull, bro. He tried to be he tried to embarrass Crawford and shame him. You know,
he was left with no other choice. What other choice did they have? You're not paying me. You're not gonna. I gotta take back what's mine, and that's it. And so, case closed.
do you think Dana White's going to be better than the WBC? Iceman says no.
I can't say that because this is what I think about the TKO. Just like the NFL, just like the Major League Baseball, just like the NBA, they all started and they were all in taking advantage of all the players, right? They did, all of them. They were all ripping the players off and making all them crazy money. But when the unions then started, and they were forced, just like TKO is going to kind of do, it still wasn't perfect. It took 20, 30 years for them to then get to where they are today.
Here's the problem. I think this is what people don't understand.
I like the TKO.
TKO is a publicly traded company.
Yeah.
They have shareholders.
Right, they're for profit.
They have a board of directors.
They're for profit.
So when you are operating under that system,
the bottom line is fuck.
In those circumstances, you can't fuck around. Like you can't do bull.
But they're gonna.
Yeah, you're gonna be. You have the SEC looking at you, right?
But just like all the other.
And Dana White is an employee. You know that, right? He's an employee.
Yeah, for $10 million.
He's an employee. He works for TKO. And when Endeavor bought UFC, he expected them to fire him, and they were gonna. Usually, when a company buys another company or there's a merger, they get rid of everyone and they bring in their own people. But they kept Dana. He went through two sales. He went through a sale and a merger, and he just signed another 5-year deal with TKO. So this guy is an employee. He's not like what? Go ahead.
On the same analogy, every publicly traded company out there, other than the top of the fucking company, what happens to the employees with their pay? They don't get paid the same amount. Go to Walmart. Go to Amazon. Go to Target. Are these employees getting top dollar? No, because they have. Because
I will tell you,
they got to answer to. They're gonna fucking cut over.
Of course there's a gigantic pay disparity.
Right, you know what I mean. And
but
so
what I'm going to tell you right now,
though, better. I'm hoping for the better with TKO.
No, what I'm going to tell you right now though is like when I see these jobs like online Amazon jobs and shit like that, they pay pretty decent compared to what they used to pay.
Yeah, but it's because the laws have changed also in many states where they have to pay a minimum.
I'm in a union. I've been in a union now for about 13 years. And the beautiful thing is every 3 years we can negotiate our contract.
Right. Unless you guys put it on stay.
And here's this is the stupidity of it, right? The stupidest thing you could do is ever go on strike. So what we do is if we don't agree to the new contract,
put it on stay. You put it on stay. You hold on to the old contract until you guys are able to negotiate.
There you go. Isn't that smart?
It is smart. That's what everybody does.
Well, no, there's a lot of companies.
We unions. That's what everybody does.
Well, a lot of them go on strike, though. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I mean, when it comes to the point, there's an ultimatum. Like, damn, bro, are we?
No, we can't. We can't. It's in our contract. We could never go on strike.
Oh, because you're the field that you're in doesn't allow you to by law.
Well, it all depends on the contract. Like in our contract, in our contract, what it states is if we can't agree to a new contract, we will just work off of the old one until we agree to the new one.
Right. Just like the airport flight control officers, they can't just go on straight because that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah. And it's just like the government.
That's right. That's right. But
it's just like the government shutdown.
Right.
Like if they can't agree to a spending bill or whatever, then you just operate off of the old legislation.
Worse because they're not getting paid. They can't even fucking do nothing about it.
Yeah, but they don't give a fuck because the senators and the congressmen and congresswomen are getting paid when the government shuts down. Do you think they would do the same thing if they weren't getting paid when the government was shut down? No.
Now, wasn't that a beautiful thing about this for President Orange? What he did for these flight control
officers?
Of course, gave them $10,000 for fucking man.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Finally, somebody. That's what I mean. Hey, I don't like that President Orange, but. The man, hey, I had to vote because he's better than what it was, and the other side, God, more better than what it was. And hey, I got to give credit where credit is due. And just because I don't like him doesn't mean I'm gonna, like you guys do with Mauricio.
You're not supposed to worship somebody that you vote for.
No.
You're supposed to go in. You're supposed to vote for someone knowing that you're not going to agree with everything they do or say.
Hey, I was on the other side pretty much for my entire life. And when I decided that it was not no more for me, what I do? I didn't do that, right?
Listen,
that's the same
you're
thing.
You're better off just if you look at it right now, independent voters are at 43% and the other two sides are at 29%. So the independent voters are, for the first time in a long time, they're the plurality now. Yes. So the parties, people are starting to wake up to the fact that the parties are bullshit.
Well, finally, right? After fucking
the parties are bullshit.
Yeah. It's try to convince an old fart.
I've been trying to teach people for years, man.
But like,
Iceman asked me before why I never addressed this before, and I got to address it now.
Go ahead, let's address it.
I had to shut down the other political channel in fear of my job because we got sent out a memo and they didn't want us talking about politics at the workplace. So I said to myself, and plus I live in a very liberal state, and I said to myself, all somebody has to do is listen to one of these political videos, and hear me talk about stuff, and be supportive of
whatever they don't want. Yeah.
If they go against what I'm saying, they're going to use that against me. So I shut that channel down in fear of consequences from my positions, because my positions are not hardline left positions like a lot of people.
But why do you agree to the rules? I mean,
yeah. I miss doing that show. I was doing that show every Sunday. I don't know if you were watching it, but I was doing that.
Oh, maybe I have here and there.
Iceman was a loyal listener to that show, and he asked me one day, he goes, "Why don't you do that show anymore?" And I didn't even want to address it live. I told him, I gave him my email, and I said, "I'll tell you in the email." But since he's in the chat or whatever,
But it's
I shut that channel down.
It's fucked up.
In fear of it jeopardizing my career.
And you have to weigh your, you have.
And I had to weigh that.
Yeah. And look, man, but you see, that's what I'm saying. But you abided by, but it's because you abided by the company's rule.
I looked at the bigger picture and what was in my best interest. And in all actuality, that show was getting about between 20 and 50 listeners, right? So it's like, am I going to risk my future in life?
You can't.
So I said to myself, you know what? All I got to do is someone has to hear me say something that they don't like, and boom. Because I was talking about a lot of issues that were, pretty.
But you're pretty controlled. You're pretty controlled.
They were pretty hot button. They were pretty hot button, and I was going off a lot on those shows.
You don't go off, bro. You never go off.
Those shows, like and Ludo was one of my partners on there, and he was getting really good, man. I was like really liking doing that show with him, man. Yeah, you have the First Amendment, JC. You have
the consequences.
You don't have the right to the consequences. You have the right to free speech, but you don't have the right to your consequences.
And it's just not worth fighting it if it's.
Yeah, so you. That's why I had to apologize. I had to apologize to Iceman the other day because, like, damn, he was the only one watching that show. Like no matter what, even like Virtuoso was there for a lot too. But even if, like, every now and then Virtuoso wouldn't show up to that show, Iceman was watching that. Like, Iceman shows up to every single show I do, man. Always. Hey, man. Even when he pisses me off, I can't. I still gotta show him. I still gotta show him love because he's loyal. He comes to this channel. Yeah, JC, he's another loyal one too. But Iceman is always like he watches every show.
I used to think that JC was you. Because he has the same.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people. JC would be doing, like, I would be doing the round table, right? And JC would be, like, talking shit to other people on the panel. And they would be thinking, like, they'd be like, B, why are you fucking talking shit to me like this, B?
I used to do the same years ago.
Yeah.
B, man, look, man, I used to, look, next time you want to talk shit about me with your buddy D-Style, my other brother, invite me, man. Invite me.
I invited you, man.
No, you didn't invite me. But look, man, my point in case, is that it's with you guys. I want. Hey, I'm right is right, wrong is wrong. I don't care about WC. I don't care about Bud. Fuck. I mean, who cares? It's none of our money, right? But my point is that stand on my principles is who I am. It's who I
Bro, listen, at this point, I'm not going to change your mind.
am. No, you're not.
But
Because the
but
rules.
they didn't. But they didn't. But you admit they didn't follow their own rules.
No, I did not admit that.
You did.
No, I admit that in the rules they say that they can change their rules at any time.
No, but you admit that they should have collected the sanctioning fee beforehand, and they didn't.
There you go again with your bullshit. You know I never said.
You admitted that. Everybody heard you.
Steve, I gotta go, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pretty soon too, man. I gotta take a shower.
Happy birthday, you old fuck, man. May God bless you another 56 more years.
Oh, I'm gonna let little Penny. Thank you so much, HLD. I appreciate that. I'm gonna let little Penny in if he wants to. Oh, he's in the office. Little Penny, I'll let you come in for a little bit because I was gonna. If you want to jump in right now, I'll let you in. All right, HLD. I'll catch up with you, man. Yeah, I'll hang on a little bit more if little Penny wants to come on. Yeah, so I'll hang on for a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, this is. I just think this is crazy. I think this is funny, man. To be honest with you, man, I just think it's funny. And I'm gonna be honest. I was a Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll hang around a little bit more. Oh, here he is. I'm gonna add you to this. There he is. Look at you, you handsome bastard.
Hey, Beeps, hold on a second now.
All right. I don't want to swear because you're in the office right now. I got to be careful. It's a nice office, man.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
All right. Look at this. Where's the tie, man? You don't wear a suit and tie to work?
Nah, it's cold outside, man. So, what's it called? We're supposed to, but we don't have any meetings, so
What are you, a financial advisor?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
Kinda. All right.
I'm an associate.
So we're supposed to feel bad for an organization that doesn't follow its own rules. And now everyone wants to talk about principles. Are there any principles in the sport of boxing, really?
Nah, man. Especially those sanctioning bodies. They're the ones. Them and the promoters are the ones that are responsible for ruining the sport of boxing. Especially To me, the WBA is the worst, right? Because they got 3 titles
on the interims and all that, and the regulars.
Yeah.
Yo, they still didn't strip Tank Davis. We don't even know what the hell he's going to do, and it's been 9 months since his last fight. There's nothing scheduled. There's nothing announced. There's no mandatory that's been ordered. What are they even going to do with this guy?
It's like Adonis Stevenson. He was a WBC champ for like 7 years and didn't fight not one mandatory for 7 years.
So again, like it's hard to take these guys serious, man. So when people want to talk about principles and rules, and the rules are set up in which they can apply them, in a favorable way to fighters that they like. So they're set up in order for them to apply favoritism to fighters that they like. That's how the rules are set up. They stripped Bivol right away when he didn't want to fight David Benavidez.
I also don't like WBC when their fighters don't have any belts on the line. For some reason, like for example, I remember Pacquiao fighting a few fights where he was fighting for the WBO title or belt, but the WBC had some sort of a Emeritus belt on the line or some belt.
Let's talk about this situation with Madrimov. When Crawford fought Madrimov, they fought for the WBA junior middleweight title, the full title, and then Crawford, I believe, at that time had the WBO interim title. So the WBC also sanctioned that fight, and they said it was an eliminator for the number 1 ranking in order for that the winner of that fight would be the mandatory challenger for Fondora. Since when does a fighter who's a champion in two other sanctioning bodies become a mandatory for another sanctioning body. The only, and I talked about this earlier in the show, the only time that's ever happened, I believe, is when Golovkin had the WBA title, and then he was mandated to fight Canelo for the WBC title, right? And I think he had the IBF title as well, Golovkin. So, it's crazy that they'll do anything to interject themselves into a fight just so they can collect the sanctioning fee. You know,
Yeah, it's kind of like same thing happened with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. as well, where remember Sergio Martinez had the WBC belt, but they wanted Junior to win it, so they gave Sergio Martinez some sort of a
they gave him a diamond belt,
yeah
and then
some
and then they
crazy, yeah.
had they had Sebastian Speak and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. fight for the vacant full title.
Yeah, that's why I prefer the ring belt. Beebs, remember? I think we had this
I've always said
discussion
that.
maybe
Yeah.
2 to 3 months ago. Remember when Pacquiao fought Barrera, and it was for there was no title per se, because I think Barrera dropped all of his belts because I think at that time, because this is after he fought Prince Nassim Hamed, and I think because now he's a superstar, he doesn't want to pay these $300,000 sanctioning fees, so I think he dropped it, but kept the Ring Magazine belt and fought Pacquiao in San Antonio for that belt where there's no fees, right? But that still counts though because the Ring Magazine is actually the oldest, the most prestigious, and it doesn't have any
Well,
conflict of interest.
yeah, the WBA is actually 1 year older than 1 year older than the ring belt. They came out in 1921. The ring belt came out in 1922, but it's close. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
It's,
it's the ring belt that really
I
like if you
love
look
the
back
ring. Listen, I
in
love
the,
the ring belt. I
if you
tell
look back
Dougie
in the
Fisher, I'm a big fan of Dougie Fisher too. Because he's a really nice guy.
his
And I
father used to run the Ring Magazine as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. But Dougie
And he's
Fisher's he's a cool guy, and a lot of guys over there are pretty cool. The way they do the rankings over there is pretty cool. So
yeah, if you look at the old days, like in when the photos of champions, they're all wearing they're all wearing the Ring Magazine belt, not the WBA. I don't think anyone like have a look at Jack Dempsey and those guys and what's his name? Who's the guy that beat
Gene,
Jack Dempsey?
Gene Tunney,
Yeah, Gene Tunney. They're all wearing
ring
the Ring
belts.
Magazine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the ring.
yeah, yeah. I've never seen any fighter wear the WBA belt in the 20s or 30s.
No, the WBA in 1921, I think it was called the New York State Athletic Commission belt or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, 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 yeah. Those, I do. But just going back to this topic, I do think I do agree with HLD a little bit, where the fighters they do use those belts as
Some of them do, some of them do, but when you get to a point when you don't need them, then
yeah,
not everyone needs them.
but they do use it as a leverage to
Marketing
yeah,
tool.
or more leverage to whoever is the A side.
It helps
But
them.
you
It
gotta,
helps some fighters get money. There's no doubt about it.
yeah, but the thing is, if you don't want to pay the sanctioning fee, you got to do it beforehand. Like when Mayweather fought Mosley
Mosley, yeah.
for the WBA title, he didn't want to pay those sanctioning fees, so they fought for no belts, right? But the Ring Magazine was in the line because Margarito beat Cotto and Mosley beat Cotto. So he was that fight Mosley Mayweather was for the Ring Magazine belt. You got to do it that way rather than agreeing to it, signing it, and then not paying later. That's kind of like you
Well,
shouldn't be
again,
doing
we don't know what Crawford agreed to. That's the thing,
that. Mhm.
and we don't know. And if you read the rules, like I did a couple times, they're supposed to agree to the sanctioning fees for the fight. And Iceman made a good point. He's like, how are they supposed to pay the sanctioning fees before the fight? Well, again, like the promoter, you pay the commission, you pay the promoter pays certain fees before the fight. So it's up to the promoter because it says the sanctioning fees get taken out of the fighter's check, and the promoter and the fighter have to agree to that. Okay, so They already know what they're going to pay the fighter before the fight. So if they agree to what the sanctioning fees are, they can deduct that out of the fighter's purse before the fight. You know what I mean? So
I do think Floyd had something going. Look, there's a lot of things I disagree with Floyd, but I do agree with him on that particular event where he didn't want to
yeah.
fight for the WBA belt. However, he should, because he was the face of boxing at that time, he should have followed up on it. He actually, after that fight, I think he retired and he came back and fought Andre Berto for the WBC belt. He shouldn't have fought for the
Well, let me
WBC.
ask
He
you
should
this:
have, he should have done it again.
we don't know what was agreed to and what wasn't agreed to, but let me ask you this: do you think the WBC went to Crawford before the fight and told them your sanctioning fee is going to be 300,000?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You think they did? I don't think they.
Yeah.
I don't think they did.
You think so?
No,
So what did they agree on?
I don't even think they agreed to anything, and I just think the WBC said we're going to try to collect this money after the fight because a lot of times, you know, I don't think these sanctioning fees are agreed to and negotiated before the fight. I think it's worked out after the fight. That's
No,
what I
that's
think.
not good. That's not good. Isn't it based on a
Because
percentage
well,
always?
it's based on a percentage they say, but it could be up to 3%. It's not mandated to be 3%. The max is 3%. But we just like again the way the WBC is with the way they do things and how they're just so kind of shoot from the hip. You know what I mean? And they do things on the fly a lot, and they make the rules up as they go along.
Of course.
Yeah, just like they made this fight an interim lightweight title fight between Fulton and Oshak Foster on the fly. So, well, again, I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense, but did it make sense to make Oshak Foster and Stephen Fulton at the last minute interim title fight when you already ordered that fight between two other fighters? So I understand exactly what you're saying. And if this was somebody else or another organization, I would give them more of the benefit of the doubt, Iceman.
Yeah.
But we're talking about an organization that kind of makes the rules up as they go along, right? And then if every time you ask him a question, he says, "Well, it's a case by case basis." So again, like I just I have a hard time believing that if Crawford already owed you sanctioning fees from the Madrimov fight, if he already owed you sanctioning fees from the Madrimov fight, and then you're trying to tell me that you told him that it was going to be 300,000 for this fight, and if he already didn't pay you the first time for that, he already owed you sanctioning fees from another fight. Are you going to let him float for another fight? You know what I'm saying? So at some point, you got to say to yourself, the WBC are kind of being idiots here, no?
Yeah, yeah. See, the thing is, it's the same thing with the trainers. Like when they first start out, right? The trainers are paid on a percentage, right?
Well, that's another thing too.
So,
Like the trainers are paid after the fight, not before the fight, right?
but
But
but but the
how many
but
times?
babes,
Go ahead.
babes, the issue is that at that time it does make sense, right? Because it's not a lot. Because when you're first starting out, your purse is what 100, 300,000. So 1% of that or 3% of that is very small, right? It's only when they become a superstar, like when Golovkin became a superstar, he didn't want to pay his trainer 3% anymore because now it ends up being like
Yeah,
300,
like
half
here's
a million dollars.
his
And it's the same
trainer
thing with the belts. It's the same thing with the belts. When you
Abel
become a superstar,
Abel Sanchez wanted the same percent on the higher amount,
yeah.
and Golovkin's like, "No, I'm not doing that."
Yeah, but he wanted a flat fee though. Like he didn't want to get rid of him, but he said, "Okay, let's negotiate a flat fee." But Abel Sanchez didn't want that. So
No,
the two sides have to agree. Like
no,
like the
it's the
same thing
same.
with Pacquiao and
It's the same thing with the
Randy Rhodes.
sanctioning fee. The sanctioning fee
Yeah,
is also negotiated on,
yeah,
but you have to negotiate with that fee before the fight.
yeah.
And for some reason, I just don't. Well, it's not even for some reason. The reason why I don't believe that was done is because the other sanctioning bodies ended up taking the money, and Mauricio Suleiman did not.
Because the issue is that the trainer is saying, "Look, I was there at the start." Same thing with these WBC; they were there at the start. Like I said, with Pacquiao when it was at 112, and now that you're 154 pounds, you're a superstar. You're making friggin' $100 million a year. Now you're gonna cut us off. It's same thing with the trainer, right? The trainer's thinking, "Hey, look, I was there at the start. You can't be at this level without me, right? So the percentage stays, even though now instead of paying me 30,000, it's now at 300,000. However, it doesn't work that way because the trainer he's not in the ring. You have to do what Freddie Roach did. So it was the same thing with Freddie Roach and Manny Pacquiao, but remember they had a fallout for the Matisse fight. Pacquiao wanted he didn't want to sign a long-term contract with Freddie Roach. He wanted a fight-to-fight contract where they negotiate every time. And Freddie Roach was man enough, right, to say, okay, all right, because also the trainer, when you train someone like Golovkin or Pacquiao, you get other fighters too because they now want to train with you. Like Freddie Roach he had so many, including Marian Varanusarodian, the Armenian guy, rest in peace. Freddie Roach had so many fighters. He even turned down Nonito Donaire, I think, because he had too many. He had so many champions. So it's not like you're missing out. So you got to be man enough. Hey, Beeps, I gotta go. Hamed is here, right? Because I gotta work. So I'll let you guys brawl.
Yes,
All right,
Paddy, how's it going?
Hamed.
Before you go, how you guys been, man?
Good, man.
Yeah, good man, good man. Just gotta go back to work. Hey, see you
All
guys.
right,
I'll
all
listen.
right.
I'll listen in the background.
All right, good speaking to you, man. Yeah, what were you guys talking about?
Are we just talking about this? This is probably the last day I'm going to be talking about this Crawford thing with the WBC and what's going on with the whole thing with the sanctioning bodies. But
What do you? I didn't get to listen to because you did a long one the
on,
other day, you know.
on Saturday, yeah. So the whole thing is this: when you read the rules, everyone says that it's 3%, but what the rules say is it's up to 3% and cannot exceed 3%. And then also it says that these sanctioning fees are supposed to be agreed upon before the fight, and they're supposed to be paid before the WBC even sanctions the fight. That's what it says in the rules, and Iceman made a good point. He says, well, how could they be paid before the fight when you don't know how much the purse is? Well, again, the fighter knows how much he's going to get before the fight, and the promoter knows how much he's going to get before the fight. So if there's an agreement made that we've determined an amount that's going to be deducted. If we have an agreement that this is the amount that's going to be deducted from the purse after the fight, then the fight can be sanctioned. But there has to be an agreement in place. Now, again, I don't know how that process works, but I'm just reading the rules. So my whole position is this, and I've said this 1,000 times, but I don't mind repeating it to you. Apparently, the other sanctioning bodies took a lesser amount than what the WBC was willing to take. So Crawford's saying to themselves, why am I paying these guys a specific amount and I have to pay you more than that, which was the $300,000. And then I guess he was trying to collect $100,000 from the Madrimov fight. It's crazy that he even sanctioned that fight because that fight was for the number one spot for Fondora's title. But it's ridiculous that was even part of the fight because he was fighting for the WBA full title as well as the WBO interim title. But then
why did I don't get that? Why did Suleiman
wanted to make that an eliminator for the number one spot for the mandatory position for Fondora's title? And
WBC or WBO?
WBC.
I don't think I thought
Well,
that was
generally,
you know that.
generally,
1 second. You know that fight was that for the WBO interim? Because I read
yeah,
somewhere. Crawford got elevated as a WBO main champion. Did he end up getting elevated?
No, he did.
All right, because I read somewhere.
He never got the mandatory position from the WBO.
Or I read somewhere someone was saying that he ended up getting elevated, but then he ended up vacating that belt.
No, I don't believe so. He was never
Yeah,
elevated.
I think you're right. That's what I thought as well.
So it's just funny how the WBC tried to squeeze another sanctioning fee from two fighters in a fight where their title wasn't even on the line. And since when do champions from other sanctioning bodies become mandatories for other sanctioning bodies' titles? Now, I mentioned the only time I could remember that ever happening before.
Kovalev, Adonis Stevenson. That's the only time I remember.
Yeah, I don't even remember that. The last time I
No,
remember.
Kovalev. Remember when Kovalev beat Pascal? Or
Yeah,
was
but the
it?
WBC never ordered.
They went to a piss pit.
Yeah, but Stevenson never was stripped of the title.
No, because they went to a piss pit and Kovalev's promoter, Kathy Duva, um, she ended up pulling Kovalev out of the piss
Okay.
pit
Okay,
because
so
he claimed,
that's
yeah,
another time. That's another time when it's happened
that's
because
the
you.
only that's the
No, there's
only time
also
I
another
remember.
time. You remember when Golovkin, I believe, had the WBA and the IBF, and then they mandated Canelo to fight him. Remember
Oh
that?
yeah, and then he got elevated. Yeah,
Yeah, and then
yeah, it's very
then he
rare.
ended
It's
up
very
getting elevated because Canelo got stripped. Remember?
yeah. Canelo basically
So
wouldn't
the
fight him anymore.
WBC is the only sanctioning body that will do that because for years you weren't allowed to do that. You would just have to fight a unification fight. You couldn't be made the mandatory challenger. But I guess the WBC changed that. So
I don't mind that rule. I think
I
others
don't
should.
mind I don't mind it, but here's my problem with it in this case. First of all, Fondora had no interest in fighting the winner of that fight, and he's pretty vocal about saying that they wanted Spence and they weren't too keen on a Crawford fight because him and Sampson. So the problem with that is, you can't if you're not going to order it, which WBC probably wouldn't have done. They weren't going to strip Fondora for not fighting Crawford if
Yeah,
Crawford.
no. That situation I agree with you because
So
Crawford had never fought
yeah, the whole thing
junior
was
middleweight.
yeah, the whole thing was designed to squeeze a sanctioning fee from two fighters because they knew the winner of that fight was never going to get a fight with Fondora because Fondora didn't want to fight the winner of that fight.
The WBO did press him. This was
Well, the
my whole thing.
WBO see this is shout out to WBO because they stripped him because he wouldn't fight Crawford.
Yeah, and then they stripped him because he did. Crawford let him fight. Gave him the green light to fight. I think Tim Tszyu, was it Tim Tszyu?
Yeah, Tim
And
Zak.
then they stripped him because he wouldn't fight. What's his name? Zander, the Puerto Rican Zander. Here's my thing with this whole
Oh
situation.
yeah, then when Crawford moved up to fight Canelo, then they ordered him to fight Xander, and he wouldn't fight Xander either.
Yeah. Then
So
they stripped him.
it's a joke because like he was never gonna fight Crawford either for the WBC. Crawford tried to fight Fondora.
He tried to fight Fondora, and then he tried to fight Tim Tszyu. Here's my thing with the whole
Crawford tried to
situation.
fight all those guys.
Yeah, here's my thing with this whole situation. Crawford did pay, I believe, the IBF because I reposted this on was it Twitter, and he got stripped. I think when he beat Ndongo at 140, the IBF did strip him even after he paid his sanction fee because I think they asked him to make a mandatory defense with Lipanets. People say that is the IBF, but to me, they've all bent their roles at some times and they all say one thing, do another. But the WBC particularly, and I think the WBA are a joke. We can't even, cause they got so many different titles and the whole thing is just, but the WBC are not much better. I think you could argue they're just as bad. And he did pay, I listened to the thing, the video Crawford put up, he did pay him 300,000. So I don't know why they're asking for more. Apparently, he was saying it because it went to some sort of fund. But to me, the thing I don't like about this whole situation with what they do when Errol Spence, Jamal Charlo, and Canelo, all of them went months without making a mandatory defense. They were never stripped,
Well,
especially.
the argument is this:
Like to me, they have a certain relationship with certain fighters and certain promoters. When it's a fighter like a guy like say Usyk or Crawford, these guys wouldn't hesitate. Well, I could give other examples. They wouldn't hesitate to strip him because they're not really
Well,
that close.
the rules are set up where he can say it's at our discretion, case by case basis. So the rules are set up in a way in which the WBC can show favoritism to fighters they want to show favoritism to, and not show that same favoritism to other fighters. So that's just the way the rules are set up. And if you notice, the rules were set up that way after they got sued by Gianfranco Rachichetti back in the 90s. So they wanted to cover their own ass. So in order for them to be able to kind of run roughshod, they restructured the wording of their rules, and they never apply the rules consistently to all the fighters across the board, and that's where there's a problem. So everyone's talking about principle and honor, and people are coming out with this righteous indignation, but how do you have any sympathy, or how could you support or get behind an organization that makes rules and doesn't even follow them themselves? If the organization doesn't follow its own rules, then you can't expect the fighters to, or anyone else for that matter. That's all I'm saying.
Especially the fans. I don't know how fans
Yeah,
defend this. How any fan defends it.
it's mind-boggling that fans are defending the WBC here. Like these sanctioning bodies
Boxing
have,
fans are the worst. This is
yeah,
why I
they're
can't
the
take.
worst fans in the world, man.
I try educating some of them because there's quite a lot that follow me or like to hear my take. But if I'm being honest, like it's got to a point where some people are just not even worth the time. Like the amount that defend this crowd, like if you're getting some sort of money from it, then I understand. But if you're doing it like just out of delusion or how much
That guy Nod, that I hate to name drop, but that guy Najee,
yeah.
he thinks he's like such a G because he has all this access to these guys. But the minute he says something one of these guys don't like, they fucking blast him on
They
fucking
check
Twitter.
him, yeah. They check.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
that guy is
hating,
not a. He's not a
hating.
journalist as well. He's not a
Yeah,
journalist.
he comes off to me like a publicist, man.
To me, he's a like an opportunist. Like I don't mean that like disrespectful because I was following that guy from the beginning,
I mean,
and
he's done some good interviews, but he's kind of like a publicist.
but
You
that's
know,
his niche. Like you should stay there. You don't need to start interjecting this stuff into
yeah,
everything. Like
when you go on Twitter and you're trying to tell a fighter who he should fight and what he should do, what he should.
yeah, exactly.
That's
Like
corn.
that's none of your business.
That's cornball shit to me. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, no one gives a fuck what you like. What you want.
The thing I don't understand about people like that is they meant to be doing a job where you're getting a perspective when you're sitting down with the fighter, and that's about it. You don't need to start, becoming a cheerleader for one fighter or the
Yeah,
other. Like, because I don't see, there's some very good journalists like Radio Rahim, and there's a couple of others that I don't see them interjecting their own preferences or opinions. Like,
yeah. It's not a winning situation for you if you're gonna go on Twitter and start like going back and forth with fighters. You know.
yeah, especially if you got a big platform, or if you're actually a paid journalist, or if you're a paid content creator who's actually getting access to these guys, doing interviews, is got a big brand. Like you shouldn't be doing stuff like that. But that's what I don't understand about boxing fans. This is why I honestly believe the IBO and the Ring Magazine have got more credibility in a way than the others. I know the WBO and IBF people say they're better, but at least their rankings are not corrupt. At least, like the Ring Magazine, don't even charge you for anything. They have basically, for in most cases, the best rankings. And I think the IBO, I know they're not a major organization, but if you look at their rankings and the way they do business, I think is more consistent. I just don't like what's happened to the sport with the belts. That's why, as a combat sports fan, I think I'm not really a hardcore UFC fan, but I believe it is simpler to follow a sport like that, where
No,
even if it's
I say that all the time. I'm not a hardcore MMA fan either, but in terms of how they run the operation, I think it's way better, man. Be honest. Sorry.
less belts, is
People don't
less
like when I say
competition.
that, man. They don't like when I say that, but I gotta be honest.
I know you're right, because as a fan, like, why would you want so many belts? Why would you want
I don't want
so
interim
why
type
why
champions and
why would you want so many belts?
bro.
Why
Did
would
you
you?
watch that card on Saturday? You see, every fight was for like some type of interim or
The BBC card,
international.
didn't it? BBC card.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I
ridiculous.
did honestly I did not pick that up until I was listening to Dan Raphael's podcast. Then I was thinking, looking back, because I didn't get to watch the fight with, what was it, Shane Mosley Jr. and Ramos, because I didn't want to pay for it after what happened to Janabek and that, and then I picked it up, like the Lara fight was so bad, but then I realized the only fight that was actual title fight was the Lara fight, and that was probably the worst fight of the card, if you add the prelims and everything. But
Yeah, Lara's
that's
fight was very
that
uneventful.
was a horrible fight. Like, that's the thing I don't understand about PBC. You know, it wasn't a bad card, but you can't keep putting Lara on a pay per view. Like, I understand they had a good fight. You should have
Well,
once
the intention
Janabek.
was the intention originally,
Yeah,
obviously.
but you should have just checked them both off the card.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, I might sound harsh, but like, I just I just think that kind of lost a bit of the lust of the card. But yeah, look, you had an interim lightweight title fight when neither guy was a lightweight. That was really ridiculous. But I think Dan Raphael made a good point. He said the reason they did that was because I think, was it Oshaki Foster was gonna get pulled from the card, but the PBC went to the WBC. This is what I was saying the other day. The
Why was
W,
Oshaki Foster going to get pulled from the
yeah,
card?
but the BBC was saying, I think Oshaki Foster wanted more money or something. The BBC was saying, if you don't drop your demands, or like ask for too much, like basically price yourself out with what happened with the situation, then we're just gonna pull you from the card and we'll put Fulton in a fight, like what they did with Lara, put him in a fight with someone else. This is what I was saying. That was bad. But then what the BBC did, I think Foster requested that, because I made the weight and he came in 2 pounds, was it 2 or 3 pounds overweight?
Two.
I should be allowed to keep my belt, but let's find a middle ground. So they went to the WBC, and then they said to the WBC, "Can you make this for some sort of title for at lightweight?"
You're saying the fighters asked to make it for a
No,
title.
no, the PBC asked, and then both fighters agreed, and that's how they got. I didn't mind that if they were gonna fight, if that was the only way, but to me, the
So you're
WBC, like,
telling me that the WBC title had to be on the line in order to make that fight? I don't understand why that would be the case.
no, 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 that's what the PBC wanted. The PBC said, because they were gonna pull Foster from the card because they couldn't come to agreement, but they said to Foster that, listen, we want you to
So
fight Fulton.
Foster agreed to take the same money because
No, I think they offered him a bit more. I don't think it was considerably more. But they said
so
to him,
in
"You
order
could keep
to
you. Let
sway
me finish what I'm
Foster.
saying."
Okay.
They said to him, "You could keep your WBC title and you could fight for the WBC interim title, and you're gonna get extra money because he didn't make the weight." And that, I think that was too good of a deal to turn down, because
Okay.
when a fighter is trained that hard and is that close to a fight, you're not gonna pull out, especially when you could keep your belt. But yeah, this is what I was saying the other day with Vada. Like, WBC have got a very close relationship with the PBC, and we also know the WBC got a very close relationship with VADA. Look, I'm not really that like too skeptical of VADA compared to some of the other, like UCAD and what was the other one, USADA. But I would say when it comes to the WBC, or when they're dealing with the PBC, I am a bit skeptical in a way with VADA, how they dealt with the Wilder and Povetkin thing, because that Maldonium case, I think that was the main reason that got pulled, even though after that was like a very debatable subject, was because of the WBC.
So
And
let's get back to this Fulton thing with O'Shack Foster. So what
go on.
you're saying is they use this belt as a sweetener in order to incentivize
Yeah.
and
Foster.
persuade Foster to still fight, to stay in the fight.
Foster was going to stay in the fight, but what he was demanding or asking, I think the PBC were not going to agree to it.
They Foster took less money than what he wanted.
I think so. Yeah, that's what Dan Raphael said.
And they were using that title because of that title was being used as a sweetener.
Yeah. They said to him, "You could keep your belt,"
and that's what Dan said.
Yeah, that's what Dan. Apparently, he said the WBC greenlighted it because the PBC went to him. But that's what I was saying.
Yeah, so that makes it even worse now. So now you got promoters working with
that's what I was trying to say with the VADA situation.
Yeah.
The only ones who have a deal with VADA to do the clean boxing program is the WBC. So that's where I was. When Janabek popped, I was not sure if this is something I could take at face value. I will take it at face value because I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but at the same time, I think you could look at this. You don't know.
Let me ask you this. Is it a coincidence that in many of these cases, it's always like the last week or a few days before the fight that a fighter pops dirty?
Yeah. I reposted something about someone said the same thing.
Why would somebody who's doing a cycle be taking substances so close to the fight, knowing they're going to be tested? So I don't know, man. It's like something just doesn't make sense to me right now. Like I'm not a conspiracy theorist either, or I like to think I'm not. Some people may disagree with that statement, but why would somebody put themselves in that situation so close to the fight? Am I crazy for asking these questions?
No, that's a good question, but I would say Ryan Garcia got caught after the fight. He got caught. The test was before the fight, but Ryan Garcia got caught by VADA, and I believe the New York State Athletic Commission test. He also failed. So, and his test was flagged after the fight. So when people start saying about him, I don't believe he was cycling on and off. I think the Rolly Romero fight.
So you think Ryan Garcia took the stuff? You don't think it was
100%?
You don't think it was through contamination?
No, because he also was 3 pounds overweight. Mostly when guys are like cycling on and off, and some of the way his body physique looked in that fight.
Didn't he look very puffy in that fight?
But that is, I heard that is also a sign of a PD use, and his voice, and I don't know, he could have been taking all kinds of stuff. I know some people are saying some of these were recreation.
The one thing with that guy is we don't know what the fuck's going on with him.
I don't care whatever he's doing now. Like if he wants to cheat again, like that's on him. But I just don't believe his story. Like people saying that he was innocent. I don't think for a second he was innocent.
You never believed the contamination story right from the beginning?
No, I never believed it. I think he was 100%. And then the Rolly Romero fight, you could see he was not on the same stuff, and you could see the weight. He also came in 3 pounds overweight. That was also one of the reasons.
Yeah,
I believed Devin Haney looked like he did, and Ryan had.
Do you think Ryan uses a lot of recreational drugs too when he's not just in his everyday life?
He does, but I don't think that's illegal. Like you can, if boxers run.
I don't think you can you could take cocaine before a fight though.
I don't know about cocaine, but like stuff like marijuana or
they used to ban marijuana, but now they don't.
Some states is legal, I heard, didn't it? Was it Keyshawn Davis got caught for it? But marijuana, I was thinking, you could take alcohol.
Is marijuana legal in the UK?
No, it's illegal. It's actually illegal. But
it's legal. It's legal in the United States. We have dispensaries here.
But the thing
in Massachusetts, we do. Go ahead.
The thing over here is it depends on the usage. If you've been prescribed for it, or if you like need it as a medication.
So you can get a medical exemption in the
You got medical exemption, or you could also. I think it depends on the dosage. If it's only like a little bit, they'll take it off you. But I think if it's a certain
so you won't get arrested and put to jail if you have only a little bit on you. They'll just
no. They take it off you,
They don't
if you
criminalize
have,
it.
I
They don't
think,
criminalize it to depending upon the amount you have on you.
yeah, but I think it's more than about 3 to 5 pounds or something like that. I think it's 5 pounds, more than 5 pounds of that. Yeah, I think you
Like, if
get
you have more
arrested.
than 5 pounds on you, there's a big chance you're probably thinking about the strip.
Yeah, no, it's a class. It's classified. I think as a class A or B drug. I can't. I get mixed up with the.
Understood.
Is what the one of the high ones. But yeah, look, Ryan Garcia, I think was dirty. Who was the one I was thinking about? Janabek, I seriously don't know if
So
someone in his team.
Beck, you're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, I'm a bit skeptical. I'd like to see. I like to see this investigation play out. Like, because someone is saying to me recently, why aren't you as critical of Joseph Parker as you were of Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia? But I was even trying to say that Joseph Parker got popped for, was it cocaine? I know you
Cocaine.
could.
Yeah.
Some people say that's still classified as a PD.
Well, the thing with cocaine, from what I understand, and that I know, people have taken it, it kind of numbs you to pain. You know what I mean? So
Do we know he was using it for that, or do we just know that's
oh, I don't.
like
I'm guessing he was using it for recreational use. So
that's what that's
He probably went over Tyson Fury's house. Start
that's what I
taking,
was trying to see. Like
yeah,
David Benavidez got caught doing it.
yeah.
There's quite a
Tyson
lot of
Tyson did coke.
Mike
Sugar
Tyson. Yeah.
Sugar Ray Leonard did coke before. Roberto Duran did coke before.
Ricky Hatton and Joe Calzaghe
Ricky Hott.
admitted after that was after I think they
Marvin
retired. That
Hagler has done coke. Like,
mm.
coke's kind of like a drug of choice for a lot of boxers. You know.
But that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if Joseph Parker may have taken something else. It's possible. I think most of them, but that's not the same thing as fighter taking or getting caught with Osterine. Janabek. Here's why I think it could be Janabek was just struggling at the weight because he did collapse for his initial fight with that guy. I forgot his name. Was it Mikhailovich or whatever his name? Then that got cancelled because he fainted, or I think he collapsed at the weigh-in.
He
And
needs
then
to move up. He needs to move up to
he's really
168.
he's really a super middleweight or a light heavyweight. Like people were calling Hamza Shiraz and David Benavidez weight bullies. He's just as big. Like he's really not a middleweight. He's I think a super middleweight. He's probably gonna end up a light heavyweight at some point. But man, what has happened to the middleweight division? If you're looking at it, you got Lara and then you got Damas. I would not mind Crawford fighting Adamas, but that division is so bad. You could argue now is worse than the welterweight division because of the fact that Janabek's probably like I don't even know. Are they gonna strip him of his title? Like he's gonna be out for a while. So
Well, the WBC has said
yeah,
that they're not going to let Crawford fight for any of their fighters again. So it would if I think that Adamas fight's a great fight for Crawford at 160, but now if the WBC won't allow him to fight for that title, that kind of sucks. No.
Crawford should screw. I think Crawford either should take the Canelo rematch or maybe have one or two more fights and retire. And I don't think he needs to stick around.
Here,
Maybe do you think Crawford could beat Lara? Like
yeah,
that'd be an
I think
awful fight to watch. But
here's what I would do if I was Crawford: either fight the Canelo rematch, or have one farewell fight against a guy like Lara and then just hang him up.
if he's gonna have one more fight, he's gonna probably have another fight that's gonna be either for like a title or like a legacy fight. Then he's gonna have a fight to probably Nebraska. So I think he'll probably have two more fights. But if Janabek was still around, I think they would have stretched it out to 3 fights because that's what Bomac was saying. But I think if he's gonna move down, I think he just needs to win a title. I think forget about
What's
going
crazy?
undisputed.
Was Janabek the ring titleist at 160?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think he may have been, but you could.
I'm gonna go to the ring rankings right now, and I'm gonna see if Janabek was the ring titleist.
I don't know. Wasn't the Lara fight for the ring title? Because that's what I thought it was meant to be.
Let me take a look at it. Because according to the Ring Magazine's rules, if you test positive for PEDs, they strip you. So, but if there's two, I don't think Crawford should. If Crawford does continue fighting, I would not like to see him fight more than 2 fights because he's what 39 now.
38, Usyk 39. But he only fights once a year. I want to see Usyk have. Really, Usyk should really be fighting once more, maybe next year. And that's it, call
Yes,
it a day.
the middleweight title and the let me see the middleweight. Is there a champion at middleweight? Let me see. So Usyk's the champion at heavyweight. I think Jayapataya is the champion at cruiser. Bivol's the champion at light heavyweight. Crawford's the champion at super middleweight. So there's no ring middle. There's no ring champion at middleweight. Yeah, there's no ring champion at middleweight.
I thought they were gonna put it on the line for the Lara fight, but I don't know if I.
Janabek is number one, and Carlos Adames is number two. So they should see Crawford can't fight Adames now. That sucks.
I thought Hamza Shiraz and Janabek was gonna be the fight, but yeah, I think Hamza would have lost that. But that was I thought gonna be the fight that was gonna bring like some sort of life back to the division. I think Janabek should just move up. I don't know if the titles get scattered, but if he gets stripped of one of his belts, and because the Lara fight's now probably not gonna happen, I don't know. It's hard to say because if he's been cheating since he's been struggling at the weight, then that's also not good. But here's my thing with this PD situation: when Lamont Peterson beat Kendall Holt, I think Lamont Peterson may have been on something for that fight as well. I know that was after his drugs ban, but Kendall Holt lost, and to me, Golden Boy were the main promoter of that fight. I don't know if it was Vada, but I think Lamont Peterson beat him, and because they had a contract, Golden Boy had a contract with him, Kendall Holt was kind of pushed to the shelf. They just blamed the drug test on Kendall Holt. That was one I was suspicious of. The other one was when Khan lost to Brook. I don't think Khan was on anything, but I do think Cal Brook was on something.
And Cal Brook was on something?
Yeah, I think Cal Brook, the reason why I think he was on something, if you go back to the Sean Porter fight, there was a big debacle about the drug test. That's when I started getting into or doing my research. And Kenny Porter and them wanted VADA tested. And Brook and his promoter, Eddie Hearn, they insisted on USADA testing. If you look at Cal Brook's physique,
Canelo Alvarez is ranked number one by the WBC, the WBA.
Yeah.
And
the WBC said that recently.
So
I was going to say...
The IBF has ranked them number 3.
How the hell have they all gone number one after a loss? But yeah, I was saying Cal Brook was on something back then. I think Khan was on something around, what was it, the Madana fight, Judah, those type of fights, when he was beating up some very good fighters.
Yeah.
But when they fought, I don't think Khan was on anything. I know UCAD said I got a feeling Cal Brook tested positive for that. Look, I wouldn't put anything past it. Even Vada. I don't think Vada are anywhere near close to perfect. It's just the others are so bad. And Vada a lot more stringent. But, there's loopholes with Vada. There's problems with Vada as well. And I think with the Povetkin case, Vada also were kind of caught, the one in the Maldonium. Because I think Rybinski, he was in court, and I think Margaret Goodman was basically crying or something in court. Like that whole situation to me was kind of dodgy. Like I think was it one of the ones Povetkin failed. Vada got rid of the samples. Like so, either they were protecting. Was it Waldo or was it Stevin? I can't remember.
Yeah.
One of them, and then the other one, the Maldonium case, that was very debatable. So Povetkin definitely, I think, was taking something after the Klitschko fight. But in those situations, one of them, I believe he may have been innocent. Like, I think the Osterine, that's probably, him cycling off because that drug has always, to my knowledge, been illegal. But meldonium was legal one time, and
Yeah,
I think
they still never did the research on it to even determine if it's a performance enhancer.
But this is what I'm trying to say. WBC interjected themselves and they called the fight off immediately. Wilder did agree, I know, to go to Russia, so I can't blame Wilder for that. But the WBC, they clearly corrupt. They got a very close relationship with the PBC, and they've got a relationship with VADA as well. Just look at
Yeah,
the fact that they're the
let me
only ones.
let's
What is
let
that
Raf
noise?
let's let Raf jump in. What's up, Raf?
What's going on? What's going on, Joe? What's going on, Hamed?
Yes, how's it going?
What's up?
Yo, you guys finally finished off your 16-hour marathon discussing the sanctions,
You're breaking up.
or
Breaking up.
HLD, whatever
Yeah,
his name is.
yeah. HLD's nuts, man.
What were you
I
guys
think you
talking
guys
about?
think you guys started talking about it on Saturday, and every time that I would go to Habib's channel, it'll be practically discussing the same topic and going back and forth with the same nonsense.
It's crazy. This is gonna be the last video about it, though. I'll tell you that right now, because this is another 3.5 hour video. The other one was a 5.5 hour video. So that's like fucking 9 hours of craziness, man.
I like HLD. I don't have no qualms with him, but I think that he's a Canelo fan, and I just don't think that he likes Crawford. That's why he's complaining. Because I guarantee you, if Canelo was the one doing that, or any of the fighters that he actually likes, he would have been in agreement with it. To me, my main issue is just the way everything is structured. There's way too much corruption with these sanctioning bodies in order for us to kind of look the other way and just agree with the machine. I'm kind of happy that this shit is happening, because this is kind of like karma for these sanctioning bodies.
And it's a bad time for them to be doing this shit because you got TKO coming in right around the corner, man. You know,
Yep, yep. Essentially, these sanctioning bodies are about to get wiped out one by one. As soon as the money starts pretty much, kind of funneling out of of these promoters, because right now is practically the zone, and PBC has almost kind of like selective scheduling, right? The zone is practically the one that has Golden Boy and Matchroom and most of the other promotional companies. So I don't know what other networks are kind of in gear for this. So I don't know what you guys think of where boxing is headed in general.
well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Top Rank. Because they keep seems like they just keep loaning fighters to other promoters to be on their cards. You have to ask yourself this: at some point, does Top Rank sell their company to somebody, and who's going to be the buyer?
Bob is 94 today, isn't it? So I don't know. In top the buff the president. So I know they were looking to sell Top Rank, but I don't know if they're gonna do that anytime soon. I don't mind if they stay how it is, because I just need a VPN and I can watch all the shows in crystal clear HD on even on my phone. Just connect my phone with the HDMI cable to the TV, and I got the Top Rank shows on there.
Yeah.
Like before they were on Sky Sports, I don't know. I don't have Sky Sports anymore. Or they were on Top Rank, and sometimes they wouldn't be, televised, or you need a legal stream. So I don't mind if they stay like that, but I don't think it's a good sign that in the UK, there's only boxing on the Zone, and I think only BBC just picked it up now. But you only had Channel 5, which had like lower shows, and in America, you just got only the Zone, and I think was it Amazon Prime, innit? That's about it. I know there's a couple of shows on Netflix, but Netflix is just picking and choosing the odd few big shows, really.
I mean, they're gonna continue to do that and only take on big events. But the thing with Top Rank is that they still operate under a traditional model. Like if you see the way they practically have their business structure is almost like they don't really cater around one star. From what I can remember, the only star that they had that they really like were all in was Manny Pacquiao. Outside of that, it's they operate under the next man up type of model. And you saw that they have a lot of young guys coming up, including Abdullah. They brought up Shakur. Obviously, they had Crawford.
Xander, they got Xander.
Yeah, so they do have a good crop of fighters. The issue is that they have a really hard time transitioning them into stars, and I think that's up to the fighter. It's up to the fighters to build their own brand. At that point, it's not really the way that things operate now. Is I don't think there's much that promotional companies could do to actually put them up in a bigger scale. I mean, if you saw with Floyd was their guy, and it wasn't until he left Top Rank that he was able to pretty much catapult into stardom like that. So I don't think they have a really good system in order to bring them into superstardom.
Yeah, but even that, like it took him to get the De La Hoya fight. He wasn't he wasn't a mega star when he fought Carlos Baldomir. He was the Judah fight still? If that was with, I believe it was with Top Rank. But they did a very good job with him. Even Pacquiao, I know Pacquiao's a big star, but let's be real. Until he got the De La Hoya fight, he didn't really become that mega star, and that's what got him. So I think the main thing in most of these cases is you need someone to pass the torch, and I think Terence Crawford had the opportunity with Manny Pacquiao. That's why he's still kind of bitter. And I can understand this Canelo fight came when he's 30. Was it 38? Just turned 38, and he wanted that big fight or super fight against like a superstar. Pacquiao was the guy. I know Pacquiao's team or Freddie Roach, whatever, them didn't want the fight, but Top Rank also didn't help. They did end up helping in the end by getting that WBO title, because I think they took that fight with Jeff Horn to Australia on purpose, and it was close enough where you could give Horn a hometown decision. But before that, I don't think they did him much favors. Then they didn't do many favors after. Like whether or not all the blame is on Top Rank and Arab, the Spence fight, it did happen without Top Rank, and I think they kind of mismanaged some of the situations in some of those fights. They ended up putting the Khan fight on pay per view, and I think they could have made maybe a bit more effort, but I don't know how much blame you'd have to put on Top Rank, because at the same time, the PBC were also trying to freeze Crawford out, and they did actually all freeze him out until I think he got the fight with Porter, and then he ended up getting the fight with Spence.
Yeah, but what I am stating, I'm not giving Top Rank any blame at all. I'm just saying that the way they operate, they operate almost kind of like as a Walmart. Like that they're just gonna have the product in there, but they're not gonna cater around a particular product. Like that's all they have. It's kind of like the PBC when they had Tank. Everything is around Tank, and they're gonna operate around Tank, and their main events is around Tank because they know they have a particular niche with their viewership, and the people that really surround the company. Tank always has almost kind of like the next product coming up, whether it's Abdullah Mason or Shakur, or they had high hopes for Keyshawn. They had right now they have people like Rohan Polanco, for example, which to me is not getting enough eyeballs, but they're always operating in the next man up. If a star kind of leaves, we always have the next guy coming up anyways. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah, I just think that's the case with boxing in America at the moment. You're not gonna make. I mean, if Jake Paul is one of the biggest American names, and I think that shows that you can't really make anyone a big star unless they've got a built-in fan base, or they're a bigger, like a bigger, I don't know, brand outside boxing, like someone like Ryan Garcia. I think because he's so popular on TikTok or was it Instagram, or he's got a big following. He's already got a following like kind of outside boxing. So I don't know.
So
I don't think.
can I just say something about this whole and thank you for bringing up Brian Garcia up, because it kind of goes into, or at least kind of sums up the whole Jake Paul culture. So Ryan Garcia is a perfect example of what the new generation is looking. We have a very short, attention span when it comes to this new social media age. And I saw the Ryan Garcia, Haney build up a lot of the old guard, the old school traditional media, the Dan Rayfields, and even in the Mexican media, like, they were saying like, well, this has been a disaster of a promotion. This has been really bad. Ryan Garcia is crazy. However, the way that everything operates right now, Americans, we always want to look at the car crash to see what the hell is going to happen. And we saw what happened on that Haney Garcia fight. That potentially could have created a megastar had not the whole PED thing scandal would have happened. So we are always looking, whether it's good or bad, seeing whether we're gonna see a car accident or the train wreck. That's the main reason that people are to Jake Paul. People want to see if this guy's gonna get, knocked the fuck out one of these days. Like, people are gonna tune in to watch the Joshua fight to see if this guy's finally gonna shut this Disney kid out. It doesn't matter whether the guy's skillful or not. We just want to see a train wreck, and that's what America is all about, especially this new generation. It's not about whether this kid is humbling, he's mature. That doesn't matter anymore in order to create a star right now.
I don't think you guys will create a star. The guy that I thought had the talent, had the potential was Teofimo Lopez, but he was another head case, or lost his head. Like, he had the launch pad with the Loma fight, and I thought he clearly beat Loma. Like, I thought he won like at least 8 rounds in that fight. Then Top Rank, had a plan for him. They were gonna put him, I think, do the mandatory with Cambosos, but then he wanted to take it to pay per view, and then with Triller, that whole thing just messed up. Like, the amount to pull up. If he got that fight out the way and then did the fight with Loma, even a rematch with Loma, and that was on pay per view, he would have probably been favorite and he probably would have won that fight. He was the guy, because I think the problem with Ryan Garcia is he's just not that good. If we're being honest, take the Haney fight out the equation. He's really not that good. I saw him, I think, against Carlos Morales. I thought even back then he's always been very flawed. He may be a bigger, like, a star than guys like Lopez, Haney, and some of the other fighters. But I think Lopez had the style. He had the resume to match. It just mentally, I think he just, that's where he messed up. But I think that was the guy. If we could have envisaged someone to go to that level, I think maybe Teofimo Lopez could have been, because he had the platform. He was fighting on ESPN. He had the dance partners around his division. I know he's fighting now Shakur, but with DAZN and where he's been recently, or how inactive he is, I don't know if Teofimo Lopez will ever get to that level. But I thought that was the guy Top Rank had, actually.
Hamed, big balls for Teofimo Lopez to fight Shakur, because he knows he's not the favorite here. Like, and for
Yeah,
him to fight a super counterpuncher like Shakur, you got to give him credit. It's kind of like when Ryan Garcia fought Tank Davis. Like, he probably thought he wasn't going to win that fight, but he wants to take risk. I like that. In fact, that was probably the last pay per view I bought, Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis, because I wanted to show my support for boxers who fight the best, those guys who fight the best, at a young age. Because because we need to see those. We need to see like mega fights when they are 25. So when they are 30, instead of fighting their first fight, it's like their trilogy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's another good point. Actually, none of them have really been fighting each other. I know Devin Haney fought Loma, and Devin Haney was trying to fight Lopez and what's his name, Shakur. Those fights didn't happen. They, turned down offers for whatever reason. I know Ryan Garcia did fight Tank and he fought Haney, but he lost one, and the other one was a no contest where he was caught taking PED. So, some of them have tried whatever. Lopez did fight Loma as well at a pretty young age, but really, we're not getting them all to fight each other, and these guys, demanding too much money, and that's another problem. Like when you got a guy like Lopez or you got Ryan Garcia, who are both marketable in different ways. They're really not all fighting each other. I know now we're getting the fight with Lopez and Jacob, but I'll honestly believe it when I see it. I don't know. I just got a feeling. I don't know. I've just had a feeling this fight's not gonna happen. It's now official, so hopefully nothing bad happens. But if Lopez does win, I don't know. Is that even really his best win? I would still say the Loma win is better because
Yeah.
Shakur's moving up in weight as well. And when he beat Loma, Loma was like pound for pound top 2 or 3. Like he was up there with Canelo and I believe it's Canelo and Crawford at that time because Usyk hadn't. I don't think Usyk
I
had won a
can't hear
heavyweight title.
anybody.
I think Bobby Jones wants to say something. Go ahead, Bobby Jones. Oh.
I don't know. He said he can't hear something. Was that him or was that someone else?
Hey, Beebs, I think you're on mute, dude. I think Beebs was saying something, but I think he was on mute.
No, I was having an issue with my. Hold on for 1 second.
Oh, it's all good now.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Hey, Bobby Jones wants to know, why did you do that?
Yeah, we already know who this is. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead,
Joe.
Shaitan.
I don't know. I can't. Everybody's muted. I can't hear anybody.
No,
I'll
we can
just
hear you.
sign
We can hear
out,
you.
sign back in.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
No, he's got an issue. That happened to me earlier on.
Oh,
I had to drop out. Sometimes that happens. That's the problem. What we on?
That's that dude from Chicago, man.
Who is that?
okay.
Yeah,
Who is that guy? I've never heard.
I forget his name. He's a guy from Chicago.
Oh,
Hey,
is it Jerry? Jerry, whatever.
Jerry? No, that's not Jerry.
It's not Jerry. I forget who it's. I forget who it is. I forget his name.
What
Hey,
did you
Beebs.
guys think? Go on.
Hey, Beebs,
ahead.
you know with Jerry, why is he always like always in a bad mood? Like,
Well,
like
Jerry is Jerry is what you would call a contrarian. No matter what, he's going to call in and disagree.
Is he
has
a
some good
real
points,
person?
Kevin,
Yes,
it's
he-
Kevin. Is that was Kevin? That kid Kevin from Chicago. Remember him?
I don't think that was him. That's not him. That's not
You
the
don't
same
think
voice.
so?
Nah, he sounded different.
No,
Kevin's voice is a
he
bit more
tried.
high pitched.
No, that was Kevin. I think he tries to cover it up sometimes.
I don't think that was him. But I don't know. You might be right. Maybe he's using a different voice. The thing that Jerry guy sounds like a thing. He's using a voice like. I don't think that's his real voice because it sounds like it sounds like.
Hey, Hamed, did you watch the show yesterday with Beebs and HLD? What the hell was that all about?
I only seen it was 5 hours and I clicked on it and I saw it was him Fight Doctor and I just thought I haven't.
Fight Doctor was the referee. Fight Doctor was like the referee.
I didn't
although
listen to the other guy. He's a nutcase, man. I've
HLD. No,
Yeah,
he's all right. He's all right.
I don't know. He seems a bit off his
He
head.
has
But I
good
don't.
points. Yeah, he did get you on that corporations thing, though, Beebs. The business, the whatever
No,
you guys.
but it's a non-profit, bro. Like that's what I was trying to say to him. Like they're not designed to make money. You know what I mean?
True. They're not.
Yeah.
How did you guys go on it for 5 hours? Though
I know, man.
You know when I started destroying them, little Penny? When I started opening up the rules and I was reading the WBC rules to him, and he wouldn't admit, like I was reading word for word what the rules were, and he was like disagreeing with me after I read him what the rules were.
It is good TV though. Like
Yeah.
sometimes when I when I'm
Pod.
doing something. Yeah, I'll just put it on like but it is good like but it's good that you two don't like you hashed it up because you was here earlier that you don't take it personally because it is you want to have
He's
two
like one
points
of
of
those
view.
sparring partners you just bring to the gym so you can beat him up.
No, but it's good to have 2 points of view. You don't want like people be on the same side all the time. Like
No.
Nah,
you know
yeah,
what I mean? Because he
I
has
don't
some
like.
points of
Yeah,
view too
yeah.
that are valid.
There's quite a lot of channels that do that.
No.
There's podcasts. Like you got two
No,
people
but I don't
disagree.
like the thing about him and I is when you go crazy like that on somebody and they go crazy like that back on you, and you able to like not make it like even though it sounds like it's personal, it's really like not personal to a point where
Yeah,
we don't we're really
yeah,
angry at each other. We're
yeah,
not
yeah,
really
yeah.
angry at
Yeah,
each other.
yeah.
We're just
It Bibs,
arguing.
Bibs. It's not like H Money where people start like asking, "Hey, where do you live?" Blah blah blah. Like you know
Oh
what I
yeah,
mean?
H Money. I don't know what happened to it. Like does he still do videos?
I wouldn't have a clue, man.
That
I wouldn't
guy's
have.
got like over 100,000, but I don't listen. I'm sure he's got like a big.
The
But he
people start
built.
threatening each other. Like you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, he used to come on this channel all the time, and like people like I remember people would come on the channel when he was on the channel at the same time, and people always used to fight with him, man. Like he did like no one like for whatever reason that guy got a lot of enemies, man.
But that's how
Yeah,
he
that's
built it. That's how he built his thing in a platform. That's how he got. Like he
Why
started
does he
doing
have?
that.
He has 100,000 subscribers now.
Yeah, yeah. He used to do live streams. You know, when Spence Crawford started, he started doing them every day. When they started negotiating for the fight and the fight eventually happened, that's how it started. And he just started doing live streams, like 10, 12 hour live streams, 8 hour live streams. And he started arguing with people, and that's how he. But he used to
because
go
he's
around different
passionate.
channels.
Because he's
He used,
passionate. I wouldn't say he's an idiot.
Yeah,
He's
but
not an
no,
idiot.
no,
He's
no.
just
I
he
said,
would
passionate.
yeah,
he would go around. He would go around, and he would kind of like try to rage bait people.
antagonize
Yeah,
different
yeah,
He
yeah.
would
channels,
rage bait.
antagonize.
Yeah, he would rage bait people, try to get people to. He would
But
try to piss people off. Yeah,
that's how he grew his platform. But I
yeah.
was gonna say,
That was his formula. You know what
You
I'm
know
saying?
who's really you know who's really good? What's his name? Showbiz the adult. I remember him when he wasn't like it was at your level,
You
Beeps.
you
Now
you.
he's like a
you
superstar, man. He's even with
oh no, his
Turkey
channel. Listen,
LSU.
I think I honestly think he's kind of a goof, but I can't hate on him. I can't I can't hate on the dude because listen. If people like him, they like him. I mean, I'm not. I can't hate on the guy.
Beeps, you
I
should
used
see
to agree with a lot of his things when
He's
his channel
successful.
wasn't that
he
big.
is
But
successful.
He is
when
a
his cha-
successful channel, but he's kind of a goof to me. Like he says a lot of dumb things, and
Beeps, his live streams, right, for a fight has like 30,000
oh, then he's a
30,000
well. Then
people.
he works for DAZN now too. Do you know that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
he's
Turkey LSU too.
yeah.
yeah,
So
but
listen,
that's how he
I
became
can't
so
knock
big.
the dude's hustle, but I do think he's a goof.
No, but you know when his platform wasn't that big and he only had like I think it was like less than 100,000.
I was one of them.
He was actually like a fairly objective guy, but as he's got bigger, his his opinions and views have become
Yeah.
more like
It all
Well,
happened.
outlandish.
he's become a clickbait artist.
Yeah, basically a
Or a
guy.
Yeah.
company man. Or a company man.
Yeah, he's a clickbait. He basically does what he needs to do to get views now.
Yeah.
It's really easy to do that. Like even on Twitter, if I wanted to do that, like honestly, I
All
could
you
have
got to
taken.
do is just every day give a hot take. If you keep giving hot takes every day, people are going to be like, they'll
But
take.
we seen some of my things that
Oh
get
yeah,
tried.
yeah. I know. I see that. I read some of them. Like I'm like I know what this motherfucker's trying to do right here.
No, but is it rage baiting? People say it's rage. I'm not even really attempting that. I'll say something
You
and I'll
know,
just.
you know who rage baits people a lot. He was just I was surprised to see him. He just jumped on a little while ago. I don't know if you've seen him.
Who's that?
D Style jumped on the channel a couple hours ago, and
This sounds good. This sounds good.
when he tweets, he's a rage. He likes to fucking try to like rage bait people sometimes too. Like he'll tweet something just to piss people off. I always tell you that.
I do like his Mexican angle though, because sometimes we don't have a lot of Mexicans in our country. Sometimes I like to get everyone's different angles.
Yeah.
And he has like me, I have a lot of Filipino angles like I can give you, and then this will give you. I like to see it from his perspective.
I have a lot of Lebanese angles.
But
Do you?
what I mean by rage bait, like when things are going viral, like
Hamad, do you know in the 70s Lebanon was like the Monte Carlo of the Middle East?
Oh, it was. You know what they used to call Lebanon?
He's a parties there and
You know what they
like
used to
Grand
call
Prix.
Lebanon back in the day before the '80s, before all the war-stricken shit happened? They used to call it the Rose of the Middle East.
Yeah, they
you
used to be
know,
so beautiful, man. Like, damn, like that's where everyone used to party. Like all of the Iranians, the Iraqis, they used to go to Lebanon to party.
Iraqi was beautiful. Now it's Iraqi. Lebanon was beautiful. Now it's kind of like it's destroyed.
maybe you know, Keanu Reeves is born in Lebanon. I think is he
Oh,
Lebanon? No,
I had no idea. You know Mauricio Suleiman's Lebanese.
no
Yeah,
way. Is
Yeah,
he
he's
really?
Lebanese. He's Lebanese.
I thought he's
Suleiman
Mexican.
is an Arabic name.
Yeah, but I thought he's Mexican, man.
That's why. That's
Yeah,
why.
he's
Like
Mexican.
when I was on I was interviewing him once with Ness, and he was so nice to me. He's like, Joseph, like he was like so polite to me and shit.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
yo,
sometimes I feel
Keanu
bad.
Reeves.
Sometimes I feel bad when I like dog him out, man, because
Hey, babes, you know your subject before. I do think out of the four belts, let's take away the ring belt, right? Just the four or the five, IBO, WBA. I do think that the WBC is the most prestigious out of the five. It's the one that,
He's not
like,
prestigious. I don't know why do
you know,
people keep saying that.
out of the five.
you know why people say that is because it's kind of like
Mayweather said that first.
yeah,
I heard.
it's just because it's almost like a propaganda statement that's been put out there because the WBA has been out since 1921. You know,
Mhm.
I think the WBA is really the prestigious one
yeah,
because they're
to
so.
me that's the prestigious belt because that came out even before the ring belt.
Yeah, but the thing with the WBA, because they got like WBA Gold Champion, WBA Interim,
Yeah,
WBO Super, WBO Duper, like all these stupid belts, no one could take that organization seriously anymore.
I'll be
Like,
honest. The belt that I like, the organization that I kind of like the best is the WBO.
Yeah, but they're tied to top rank though, like too much. Like
Well,
all of the top
WBC is
ranked
tied to
champions,
PBC.
they're all WBO. Like,
IBF's the only one that's you could say a bit independent,
I
but
agree.
they also a bit corrupt with their organization, like their rankings. Like look at the
Who's the one?
guys.
Hey, Ahmed, what's that belt that's got a 10 pound weight limit? Who's that?
IBF,
I
yeah,
like.
that's IBF.
That's the
Yeah, I
IBF.
like that. Yeah, I like that.
I don't mind that rule because the WBC do something similar with the 30-day check and
Well,
was it
they
10-day?
changed it to 12 pounds now. That's not 10 pounds anymore.
Oh, when did they do that? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's 12 pounds now. They did that a couple years ago, like a year or two
I
ago.
gotta get your thoughts because I gotta go in a bit, like
Yeah, I'm
maybe
gonna
for
get
10
to it.
minutes. So what did you guys think about the Jaya Pattaya fight? Because I didn't watch the match with the guy.
I heard he
I,
struggled a little bit. I heard
Yeah,
he
he did.
struggled a little bit.
He
that
got a
was a
cut
very good
too.
fight. He got hurt.
Yeah, he did get hurt in the second round. He got his legs got
I
wobbled.
said I said this about Jaya Pattaya even before this fight. He's a good fighter, but everybody keeps saying he's like the best at cruiserweight. He's a murderer. He's this. He's that.
He's not. He's not.
He's only beaten one guy, Marius Briedis, and he had two tough fights with Marius Briedis. And remember, Briedis is old and he was kind of past it.
You know, but Bibbs, Jai was asking for the Zordo fight for at least
Yes,
a year and a half now, and Zordo
yes.
hasn't said yes, but he said yes to Benavidez instead, which is a good
Well,
business
the
idea.
problem with
Badu Jack's gonna fight him because I just listened to Badu Jack's interview earlier on with was it Dan Raphael with Big Fight Weekend, and Badu Jack said he was trying to fight. What was it for the Bridgeweight title? And then he wanted to become undisputed because that didn't work out with the Bridgeweight. But he said if Zerdo and Benavidez are tied up, not Benavidez. Zudo's got two belts actually. If he can't fight those guys, then he said he'll fight Jaya Pattaya after his fight with McCulkin. But this is my thing with Jaya Pattaya. Like a lot of people were trying to claim he's like Usyk or he's gonna move up, and and I even thought he could do something at heavyweight. But
I don't think he would be a great heavyweight.
after the rematch with Bradis, I thought, this guy needs to stay a cruiserweight. if he could try and become undisputed, or he needs to start fighting better opponents because he got his jaw broken in the first fight. I give him credit, even though some people would argue Bradis was a bit past his prime, but he was still the champion, and that was a
It's a
couple of
good
years.
win. It's
That
definitely
was a very
still a
good
good
win.
win.
That was a very
That's
good
a
win.
good
He
win.
did
I'm
it
not
with,
going to take away from the fact that it was a good win,
but
but
the rematch was against a guy who was inactive for 2 years, I think, was almost 40, and he was even older, and he got his nose broken or something. And, he's had 30 fights. Like, my criticism is similar with Jerome Butsanis, another. And there's only one or two opponents. Like, people keep saying he's been avoided and all that. All right, that's fair enough, but you've almost had 30 fights. There's also the aspect of you being mismanaged, and you could have moved up, or you could have at least fought some of the other champions when the IBF stripped you and when Zero didn't have these belts. Because Gulamarian, I think, was the champion. I don't know why he couldn't target him. Why could
Is it Hamed? Isn't Jai the Ring Magazine
Yeah,
champion
he's got to
for
do
the
that.
cruiserweight?
And I don't mean to be overcritical because I really like watching Jai fight. I think I've seen all his fights since he won the title, but I'm not gonna start saying this guy's gonna clean out this division and go up and become undisputed heavyweight. I think fights against David Benavidez down the line, even Zerdo, Badu Jack, these are all fights I think that will be competitive. Whether or not he wins them all, we don't know. He may be
But
able to
Hamed,
knock.
he will fight those fights though. He's not going to duck them. He will fight
He's
them.
no, he's not. He's not ducking. I think he's being
Yeah,
frozen out because
yeah.
he's not a big guy, a big name outside Australia. If we're being honest, is he Australian? He's small in Australia,
Yeah.
and
He makes good
Judo.
money in Australia though, Hamed. If Zurdo say went to Australia and they had a pay-per-view, that
Oh
will
yeah,
make
yeah.
big
No,
money.
or David Benavidez.
Or
If they're
even
saying
better.
if they're saying he's not a big name, I understand that he has got his own fan base, but I think he's gonna be the one guy that's gonna have to travel. I think he's at that
Yeah.
point. But
Hey, Hamed, you know that fight on the weekend? He fought against a nobody, right? But the arena was full.
no,
It
no, I
was
watched. I
sold out.
watched it. I watched the full
Yeah.
fight. I missed. I think I missed the Lee Wiley fight on the card because when I was watching on UFC Fight Pass, for some reason it went back. But I watched pretty much all the main event and a couple of the undercard fights, and I thought Sin Cara won one round. You could maybe give him another round, but what I just read was yesterday. Sin Cara's in hospital and he's in a bad state. Like Jai ended his career. Jai is a big puncher, but at the same time, I don't know. Is this because of the matchmaking? He's knocking all these guys out, or is he really that big of a puncher? Like the jury, I think, is still a bit out because if he's able to do that to Zerdo, if he's able to do that to guys like Benavidez, Badu Jack, even McCulkin would be a good fight because I thought he really beat Bradis. I know Bradis got the official verdict, but that would be a good fight. I think if he could knock out those, guys, the guys on his level, I know he's being avoided, and some people are saying Zerdo's tucking him. But when he gets those fights, and if he gets them, if he could knock all those guys out, then yeah, I think he's the real deal. Like, and he doesn't need to move up to heavyweight. He's not really that big, and Usyk is exceptional. I don't expect him, but I also think he has been mismanaged. If I'm being honest, like if the only guy you've fought in 30 fights is
Yeah, but
Bradis.
Hamed, in contrast, right? Say for example, he fought like he followed what Tim Zhu did, and he kind of like hurried his ascension to greatness. He could have had a career like that, where
No, I don't expect that.
he stood too close to the sun per se, because that's what Tim kind of did.
Yeah,
He was
now
mismanaged
now we're
on that
talking.
end too. You know what I
No,
mean, Hamad?
but now we're talking about two different extremes. I don't expect like what they did with Tunzu. They put him in with Fondora, then they put him in back to back with Bakram. I'm not saying go
I'm
like that,
surprised.
but
I'm surprised what happened with Tim Zhu, like how his career kind of unraveled a little bit.
Yeah,
I think he kind of brought it on himself. Though when Turkey offered him the Crawford fight,
yeah. He
like
should have taken it.
he was, I think, acting like he's too big for his boots, and then he went to
Yeah, yeah,
PBC.
yeah.
PBC did him no favors. Let's be real. Look, they checked him in with Bakram.
Hamed, I gotta go soon, but it reminds me of when AJ didn't take that 3-fight deal with what's AJ Matchroom?
Wilder? You mean
With
Wilder or AJ?
Matchroom, because Matchroom was offering him 120 million for
Oh,
three
Wilder,
fights.
yeah.
One of them,
No, I understand.
the first fight is his choice. He can fight whoever he wants. But the last two was supposed to be with AJ.
But the difference I would say is Wilder accomplished, a lot for a guy that limited. But the difference, I don't think Wilder was ever as skilled or as good as Tim Tszyu had the talent and skill to go. I think further. I know Charlo ducked him, and he was a bit unfortunate with that situation. With
Hey, mate, Beats, I gotta go, man. I have a
all right,
meeting.
no worries, no worries.
I'll see you later, guys.
All right, man. I'll catch up.
No worries, but this is what I was just going to say. So, I think Jai Optaia won his title in 22. He's 30 now. So, 27, it took him to challenge for a title. Before that, he went from one extreme to the other. He stepped up, fighting really nobody. Like, this is what I'm trying to see. Same with Jaron Ennis. This is not just because they, signed a Matchroom. I just look at their records and I compare it to guys like Devin Haney, some of these other fighters, you can't have that many fights and not really fought anyone and then say you're being avoided or you're a boogeyman. At the same time, even if you are avoided by certain guys, you should have fought better opponents at a certain stage. That's all I think. Apataya right now, I think he is being avoided, but you got to do something about it. Like, if you can't get these unifications, and I think if your only thing is to get the big fights, just move up. And he doesn't need to move up to heavyweight straight away. You can move up to bridgerweight, have a couple of fights. If you can beat the champions there, then, he'll gradually be able to move up. But I would like to see him and David Benavidez fight, because I think Benavidez could win that fight if he could. That's only if he could do a number on Zerdo.
Yeah.
Like, if he's going to struggle with Zerdo, or even, obviously, if he loses, then I don't think that fight is going to be competitive. But if he could decisively beat Zerdo, do what Bivol did, or even if he could stop him, that's a statement. But I think that's a fight where a lot of people will probably still favor Apataya, and I didn't understand. But give that a year or 2 years, and I think Benavidez could beat him.
I would pick Benavidez to beat Jai Optaia.
I'd say it's probably more closer to 50-50 if Benavidez could beat Zerdo, because I think Jai is still a bigger puncher and he's a natural cruiserweight. But to me, that fight will come down to a couple of things. If Benavidez could take Apataia's punch, and if Benavidez could drag him into deep waters, then I think he could win.
That'd be interesting.
I think that's the best fight to make. But yeah, that was a good fight. I thought, what's it called? The fight we need to see is Apataya against the winner of Zerdo and Benavidez. If it can't happen next year, hopefully it could happen the year after, man. But yeah. I got to jump as well, man.
Yeah, I got to jump too. I'm getting going.
All right.
All right, guys. I'll catch everybody later, man. Thanks for joining me. Everyone be good. Another 4 hours, man. This is a long one. Oof. All right, guys. We'll see you next time. Have a good one. Everyone take care.